Hello, guys. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good
Good
afternoon,
afternoon.
sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Hello. So I hope everyone has come prepared with the cash flow statement bit that I had given in the form of a recording. Did all of you get a chance to go through that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
Because today's session, which is on consolidated cash flow, will require the knowledge of whatever you have studied in terms of the basics of a single entity cash flow statement preparation. Okay. So whenever we talk of preparation of consolidated financial statements, so far we have consolidated balance sheets and we have consolidated P&L. P&L maybe, we saw different scenarios, what happens, when, you have लाइक बहुत सारे उसमें हमने अलग अलग एडजस्टमेंट्स देखे गुडविल देखा और consolidated retained earnings intercompany transfers. Then we understood what is an associate, we understood what is a joint venture, what are joint operations, और ये सारा कुछ we saw in the context of consolidation. How do you include an associate? You use the equity method. How do you include a joint venture? Again, you use the equity method. So on and so forth. All the examples that we saw, we were looking at different adjustments within the framework of consolidation. कहीं पे subsidiary था, कहीं पे joint venture था, कहीं पे associate था, and we were primarily looking at consolidating balance sheets. Even yesterday, the question that we did on foreign subsidiary, there also we tried to consolidate a balance sheet. And of course, in the questions to come, we will be consolidating balance sheets and P&L. But an important aspect in your consolidation process is the consolidation of cash flow statements. Now, the interesting part about cash flow statement is that, again, wherever there are intergroup transactions that take place, in the consolidated cash flow statement, you will have to eliminate those transactions. Right? बाकी सब तो same ही है. बाकी, there is not much of a difference there. But जो intercompany transactions है, those intercompany transactions or intra-group transactions will have to be eliminated. What do I mean by intra-group transactions? Whenever holding company pays something to subsidiary or subsidiary pays something to holding, I'm not talking about accrual of expenses, I'm talking about movement of cash. So whenever there is a movement of cash between two companies which are a part of the same group, then that cash flow will have to be eliminated from the consolidated cash flow. Your understanding of what constitutes a group also is very important. Holding company and subsidiary are in a group. Associate is not a part of the group. Joint venture is not a part of the group. तो इनके साथ अगर कुछ give and take हो रहा है, that give and take will not be eliminated. But transactions with subsidiary will need a lot of focus. ठीक है? So and there also we'll have situation कि यार year के starting में subsidiary नहीं था, but it was acquired during the year, or you had a subsidiary in the beginning of the year but by the end of the year you have disposed it off. तो वो सारे circumstances भी आपको समझना पड़ेगा. In the last 2 years, I would like to say 2.5 years, the probability of testing consolidated cash flow has shot up significantly. On more occasions than one, बहुत सारे past exams में they have tested you on consolidated cash flow. Exam kit में भी questions है जो हम करेंगे from the next week. So we'll have to make sure that consolidated cash flow अपने को आता है. ठीक है? There isn't too much. There are a fixed number of 5-6 typical adjustments that can happen. उस पे आपको focus करना है. बाकी more or less it's quite straightforward that way. अच्छा. One point that I wanted to discuss. In the upcoming week, that is the week that starts tomorrow, I have planned uh, 2 extra sessions with you. Okay, let me just tell you the timing. I'll put it on the group for you to see. Don't worry. Tomorrow is 27th of October, right? एक 27th October and एक 29th October and 31st of October. 3 days I have kept a session. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Monday and Wednesday, it will be 1 hour. Friday, it will be longer. तो मंडे एंड वेंसडे को हम एक एक क्वेश्चन करेंगे किट का, ठीक है। The timing will be 10:15 to 11 on Monday, 10:15 to 11 on Wednesday. Friday को the timing will be 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Like 8 a.m. या 8:30 जो भी हमने अभी last Friday को किया था, same activity, so that we can cover even more number of questions. ठीक है. And of course next Saturday Sunday को तो we'll have sessions, no doubt. I want to ask you, how prepared are you with consolidation कि कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है? Be honest. डांटूंगा नहीं, बता दो.
कंसोलिडेशन मैंने स्टार्ट नहीं किया और फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स बचा है बस मेरा, और सब कर दिया उससे पहले का.
Okay.
फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट और कंसोलिडेशन बचा.
Okay. Tell me honestly, how many of you have not touched consolidation at all?
So I'm done with basics.
ठीक है, no problem. But P level का नहीं देखा है, right? It's
No.
okay. You can tell me because that will help me plan better. If I give you 2 weeks, will you be able to properly prepare consolidation?
Yes, sir.
या सर.
So what I'm thinking is, ये जो days है उसमें I'll pick up other accounting standards. I will not pick up question 1. On not next Saturday and Sunday, उसके बाद का 8th and 9th वाला जो Saturday Sunday है, on both of those days I will pick up 3 questions on consolidation. So you will get 2 full weeks to prepare. Does that work? I will pick
Yes.
up the easier ethics wala ek. I want to do one more ethics, actually 2 more ethics questions with you. One I'll do tomorrow, one I'll do on Wednesday. Friday ko I'll pick up those accounting standards. I will avoid bringing in financial instruments wala question. I can't guarantee, but Friday tak I will avoid bringing in financial instruments. ठीक है? Your daily homework will resume from tomorrow. ठीक है? Last week, हाँ, अच्छा. If you haven't studied SBR so far, you still have the time to start from the scratch and finish your syllabus properly. अभी तक भी नहीं किया होगा तो you still have a good 35 days. You can finish SBR इज्जत से. But now there is no time to be wasted. So अभी time waste मत करना. अभी study with focus. Whatever help you need, I'm there. ठीक है? Just make sure that you are on track with whatever preparation targets I am giving you. ठीक है? चलो. A consolidated statement of cash flow shows the cash flows between a group and third parties. See, cash flow statement is cash received from customers, cash paid to suppliers, money raised by way of equity, repayment of loan. Whatever transactions are happening between the group, those are eliminated, but transactions with the outside world have to be shown. It is prepared using the consolidated statement of financial position and the consolidated statement of P&L. This means that intra-group transactions have already been eliminated. If you're looking at a consolidated balance sheet and a consolidated P&L, intercompany sale purchase, ये सारा कुछ eliminate हो चुका है, right? You only have to make 3 specific adjustments which are relating to acquisition disposal of subsidiaries, cash paid to NCI and associates. But let's understand these one by one. Now, there is one company called Sparkling. It buys 70% of the equity shares of Still for 5 lakh cash. So, see, when you say you have acquired 70% of the shares of subsidiary, you are purchasing it from the shareholders, right?
Yes, sir.
Whom are you purchasing it from? You are going to purchase it from the shareholders. आप subsidiary को पैसा नहीं दे रहे हो. I hope you understand that. Okay. You are not paying cash to other company. You are paying cash to the shareholders of the other company. There is a difference. Company is a separate legal entity. Shareholders are separate. Now, suppose all 11 of you are shareholders of a company called Plutus Education. I want to acquire Plutus Education. मैं आपको पैसे दूंगा. I will purchase the shares from you and then I acquire the company. Right? So cash is paid to shareholders. At the acquisition date, Still मतलब company का नाम है, had cash and cash equivalents of 25,000. Now, although Sparkling paid 5 lakh for the shares, it also gained control of Still's cash of 25,000. So in the consolidated statement of cash flow, this is presented as acquisition of subsidiary net of cash acquired. Now, what is this? Holding company paid 10 lakh rupees to acquire shares of the subsidiary. ये 10 lakh rupees shareholders को दिया, company को नहीं दिया, shareholders को दिया. And see, when holding company, say for example, purchase 80% or 70% of the shares of subsidiary, do you agree that it acquired control over all the assets and all the liabilities of the subsidiary? तो सब्सिडियरी के स्टैंड अलोन फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स में वॉट एवर कैश वॉज देयर, ओके, सो सब्सिडियरी स्टैंड अलोन फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स हैड अ कैश ऑफ 1 lakh. So when holding company went ahead to acquire the shares of a subsidiary company, do you agree that it paid 10 lakh to get control, but when it got control over subsidiary, it also got control over that 1 lakh? So that 1 lakh came to me and I paid 10 lakh to acquire control of the subsidiary company. So on a net basis for showing in the consolidated financial statements, my net cash outflow is the 10 I paid, but also adjusting the one on which I got control. अब वो मेरा हो गया ना, it has become mine. So I paid 10, but I got a control of 1. So when I show cash outflow for acquiring a subsidiary, I don't show 10 lakh, I show 10 lakh minus 1, that is 9 lakh. Because while I paid 10, I also got control over 1. So 10 went out, but I got control over 1 lakh. So when I got control over a cash balance that became mine, earlier it wasn't mine, now it became mine. So I show the net amount as outflow in the cash flow statement. Second thing, holding company had an 80% stake in subsidiary. Okay, it sold that for 15 lakhs. 15 lakhs ka cash inflow ho gaya when you sell your shares in some company. But understand that when holding company was in control of the subsidiary, it controlled all the assets and all the liabilities of the subsidiary. Now that it has given up control on the subsidiary company, what has happened? Now that it has given up control on subsidiary, it shares बेच दिया, ठीक है? Now that the shares are sold, it lost control on all the assets in the subsidiary. Non-current asset, current asset, सबका control छूट गया. So there was a cash balance of 2 lakhs in the subsidiary का balance sheet. When I sold my shares in the subsidiary, I received 15 lakh. That is my inflow. But whatever 2 lakh was there in my consolidated financial statements, I lost control over that as well. So 15 lakh came in and 2 lakh pay I lost control. So what is the net inflow? 15 lakh minus 2 lakh. 13 lakh is the net inflow for me. Okay. So whenever we prepare consolidated financial statements, these are two adjustments that we should be looking at. Okay. Whenever you are doing these adjustments, please remember you will have 1.5 mark allocated for both. So just netting it off and showing the value in the consolidated cash flow can help you secure 1.5 mark for each adjustment, because people tend to forget that. And something that people tend to forget will often carry a lot of marks. Okay. अब एक और interesting situation अपने को देखना है. ठीक है. Now that is a situation where one company has acquired another company, and now you are looking at the consolidated financial statements. So consolidated financial statements में there are multiple items that are likely to be affected. We'll understand what those items are and एक एक item को आपको कैसे deal करना है. So like we always do, we'll deal with the ingredients first and then we'll take up the full length cash flow statement. वो जो full length cash flow statement है उसके लिए we'll need a good 1.5 hour. So it is quite possible that I might give you the first break a little early today because I don't want any interruption when I'm doing the full length question. ठीक है, पहले ये देखो. The carrying amount of mirrors PPE in the consolidated financial statements is as follows. 2001 start of the year में 1st of Jan 2000 end of 2001 means 1st of Jan 2002 को PPE is 45. 31st of December 2002 को PPE is 69. The depreciation charge in the consolidated statement of profit or loss for the year ended 31st of December 2002 was 3 million. PPE with a carrying amount of 2 million was disposed during the period. On 30th June, 30th June 2002, Mirror purchased 90% of the ordinary share capital of glass company. At that date, the carrying amount of glasses PPE was 7 million and the fair value was 8 million. अब ये देखो 1st ऑफ जैन को बैलेंस क्या है 45, 31st ऑफ दिसंबर को बैलेंस क्या है 69. दिस इज टेकन फ्रॉम द कंसोलिडेटेड फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स. ठीक है, अब ऑब्जर्व वन थिंग, बैलेंस ऑफ PPE as on 1st of Jan 2002. ठीक है, बैलेंस ऑफ PPE on 1st of Jan 2002 45 million. Tell me the name of the subsidiary that was acquired. नाम बताना तो.
Glass.
Glass. And on what date was it acquired?
30 June 2002.
30th June 2002. See, normally, if you see PPE का opening balance 45 and closing balance 69, you will take the difference and you will say this is the amount I have paid to purchase the non-current asset, right? यहाँ पे there is a fundamental problem. Understand what that is. Balance of PPE on 1st of Jan is 45. The acquisition happened on 30th of June. So this balance does not contain values of subsidiary glass company. Do you agree that 45 does not contain the value of subsidiary glass company? And what is the balance of PPE on 31st of December 2012?
69.
69. Does this contain the values of subsidiary glass company?
Yes, sir.
Contains the value of subsidiary glass company. Now tell me, one contains the value of subsidiary figures, the other doesn't contain. Is it appropriate to compare the two?
No, sir.
No, no. See, when holding company acquires subsidiary company, then all the assets and liabilities of subsidiary company are included in the values in consolidated financial statements, है ना? CFS में सारा include हो जाता है. In consolidated financial statements at their fair value. Do you agree? If you remember, all the assets and liabilities have to be considered at their fair value on acquisition date, right? तो ये fair value पे include करना है. 69, that is the closing balance, includes the fair value of PPE of the subsidiary company, correct?
Yes, sir.
है ना? 69 में PPE of subsidiary is also included. 69, that is closing balance on 31st of December 2002 contains the value of PPE of subsidiary, which is worth 8 million. Fair value, huh? Contains the fair value of PPE of subsidiary, which is worth 8 million. अब एक चीज आप ऑब्जर्व करो यहाँ पे. Let this be my property, plant and equipment. इसका opening balance कितना है?
45.
To balance brought forward 45 and by balance carried forward 69. ठीक है, ये हो गया. Now this 69 includes 8. So what I'm trying to say is that when holding company went ahead and acquired the subsidiary, तो subsidiary का values have also been included, correct? Now अब एक चीज ऑब्जर्व करो, ठीक है? These are consolidated figures. Now depreciation charge in consolidated P&L कितना था? 3 million था. So यहाँ पे I will write down by depreciation 3 million. ठीक है? Then what else has happened?
Disposal.
With the carrying amount of 2 million was disposed of during the period. So यहाँ पे बाय बैंक या डिस्पोजल जो भी आपको लिखना है। अब बैलेंसिंग फिगर क्या आता है बताओ आपका? व्हाट इज योर बैलेंसिंग फिगर?
29.
20.
Balancing figure is 29. My question to you is, does this 29, is this 29 telling you कि this was the cash outflow for the purchase of new asset? क्या इसका ये मतलब है? When I write 29 here, does it mean that the total, एक second. When I write 29 here, does it mean that I have paid 29 million and purchased assets worth 29 million? Pay attention. See, increase in balance of non-current assets after considering all transactions is 29. But during that year, holding company acquired subsidiary. That means when you calculated the closing balance, all the assets and liabilities of subsidiary must have been included. ये जो 29 का increase है ना, this increase is because of two things. It includes cash paid to acquire new non-current asset, and it also includes the fair value of non-current asset of subsidiary that was included along with the holding company, है ना? ये जो 29 है, this is no doubt the increase in the balance of non-current asset. But non-current asset का जो balance increase हुआ, it did not increase only because of purchase of new assets. It also increased because you acquired a subsidiary और उसका जो 8 million का था, ठीक है, you also acquired the subsidiary and इसका जो 8 million का value था of non-current assets, that is also included in 29, है ना? So 29, which is increase in balance of property, plant and equipment, ठीक है? What is this? This is cash paid to acquire new non-current asset plus fair value of PPE of subsidiary included with holding company, ठीक है? So 29 is cash paid to acquire new non-current asset plus 8, है ना? So what is cash paid to acquire new non-current asset? Is it 29 minus 8, which is 21? Is that the answer? Right? So सीधा you shouldn't just look at the value in the ledger. You should give it this thought also. कि ये जो increase हुआ है, 8 is because of including the fair value of non-current assets of subsidiary. बचा हुआ amount is cash paid to acquire the new non-current asset. ठीक है? अब whenever you are preparing cash flow, cash outflow under investing activity, you will not show 29, you will show 21. ठीक है? देख लो एक बार. Tell me if this makes sense. Is any one of you a part of ES Omera?
So we did this because the fair value of PP of subsidiary was included in closing balance, right?
Correct.
Okay. And if it is also included in the opening balance, then
You can directly compare, na, then you don't need to do all this effort.
69 minus 45.
Correct. Of course, 69 minus 45 and depreciation वगैरह वो सब देखना
Yeah.
पड़ेगा. But that is, see, then that is comparable data, right? Opening
Yeah.
balance also includes holding subsidiary. Closing balance also includes holding subsidiary.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Then the balance would be only purchase.
Yes, then whatever balancing figure you get, that would just be the purchase. But again there, हाँ ठीक है, for now you keep it that way.
So you were saying something.
Is anyone of that everyone remembers what I was saying? Is anyone of you a part of that December relaunch exam focused group? है कोई उसमें?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Thank God. So I sent some voice note on Saturday or Friday, whenever. And मेरा उस पे एक फॉलो अप नहीं गया था, तो समवन मैसेज विद डबल क्वेश्चन मार्क। फिर आप सोचो मैंने कैसे बैंड बजाया होगा ग्रुप पे। कभी भी मैसेज करते हैं यार, रात को 1 बजे, सुबह 2 बजे, उस टाइम पे थोड़ी अवेलेबल है। फिर मैंने लिखा, दोबारा ऐसे लिखा तो आंसर भी नहीं मिलेगा, निकाल दूंगा यहाँ से। बेसिक कर्टसी ऑल्सो पीपल डोंट हैव।
सर अब रिमोट एग्जाम्स नहीं हो रहे क्या?
हाँ, दिस टाइम देयर इज सम इशू, हाँ, इन रिमोट एग्जाम्स बुक नहीं हो रहे।
हाँ।
हाँ, सेंटर बेस्ड बुक करो। मानव, हैव यू बुक्ड?
Yes, sir.
मिस्टर शाह,
सर आज करूंगा।
क्यों इतना लेट करते हो यार? तुमको पता है ना एसबीआर लिखना है।
हाँ
फिर
सर, वो रह जाता है ये।
क्यों रह जाता है?
सर वो मतलब बहन वहाँ पे यूके में ना, तो उसके अकाउंट में जमा होता है, फिर वहां से तो ट्रांजैक्शन फीस नहीं लगता और वो फॉरेक्स चार्ज भी नहीं लगता, इसलिए तो वहां से पेमेंट करता हूँ।
शुभ शाह, व्हाट डू आई डू विथ यू? यशिका, हैव यू बुक्ड?
यस सर, मैं तो रिमोट ही किया है।
ओके। मिस्टर गौतम, हैव यू?
Sir, already done, sir, after result.
वेरी गुड। एंड इंटरनेशनल बुक किया ना?
हाँ सर, I called him that day.
हाँ, नहीं तो आयरिश वायरिश बुक करके आएंगे।
सर इंटरनेशनल किया था मैं, तो मैंने आपको मैसेज करके ना, मैं लाइक वो पोर्टल ओपन ही था अंटिल यू रिप्लाई ना, मैं तब तक कुछ आगे फर्दर प्रोसेस ही नहीं किया।
So AAA, if you ever write AAA, that is also international. SBR is also, SBR का तो UK variant हट भी गया अभी, it's not there also. Okay, now something very very interesting in terms of working capital. Tell me, what are the working capital adjustments that you make in a cash flow statement? क्या ऐड होता है, क्या माइनस होता है, बताओ। चलो, I'll mention, you tell me plus or minus, okay? वो ऐसे ऐसे शुरू कर दिया क्या?
हाँ सर।
डिक्रीजिंग करंट एसेट्स वगैरह, इंक्रीजिंग करंट एसेट्स।
If there is a decrease in current asset, what will you do?
Add.
एड।
ऐड।
Add. हाँ, अब शुभ, डिक्रीज इन करंट लाइबिलिटी क्या करेगा?
डिक्रीज इन करंट लायबिलिटी माइनस, क्योंकि हम लोग ने पे किया ना।
बच गया। हाँ, अभी
मैं वो ऐसे करके याद रखता हूँ, वो ऐसे ऐसे समझता नहीं है।
ओके। इंक्रीज इन डिक्रीज इन करंट लाइबिलिटी माइनस, तो इंक्रीज इन करंट लाइबिलिटी
ऐड करेंगे, कैश इनफ्लो आया।
वेरी गुड। एंड इफ डिक्रीज इन करंट असेट इज एडेड, इंक्रीज इन करंट असेट इज सब्ट्रैक्टेड। ठीक है, दिस बेसिक नॉलेज। नाउ हैव अ लुक एट दिस सिचुएशन। ये इंटरेस्टिंग है। एक्सट्रैक्ट्स फ्रॉम अ ग्रुप statement of financial position are presented below. 2007 and 8 दिया है। Inventories, trade receivables, trade payables. During 2008, subsidiary A was acquired and all shares in subsidiary B were disposed of. Details of the working capital balances of these two subsidiaries are: they have given you working capital of subsidiary A at acquisition, working capital of subsidiary B at disposal. They have asked you to calculate the movement in inventory, trade receivable, and trade payable for inclusion in the group statement of cash flow. Take 1 minute and tell me, listen to my question. If I calculate the difference between these two values, 74,666 minus 53,019, if I do that and whatever answer I get, suppose I write 74,666 minus 53,019. 21,647, and then I say inventory has gone up by 21,647, increase in current assets, subtract karo. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
If yes, why? If no, why?
मतलब हम लोग ने पैसे ब्लॉक किए ना इन्वेंटरीज बनाने के लिए, तो पैसे गए, इसलिए माइनस करेंगे। अब नॉर्मल बेसिक में, बेसिक अगर हम लोग सोच रहे जैसे इन्वेंटरी बढ़ गया तो
Others, सोचो तो, is this comparison right?
So acquisition हुआ ड्यूरिंग 28, सो सब उसके एसेट भी इंक्लूड होंगे इसमें। बिकॉज ओपनिंग में तो इंक्लूडेड नहीं है, क्लोजिंग में इंक्लूडेड है.
So there is a fundamental issue here. See, during 2008, subsidiary A was acquired and shares in subsidiary B were sold off. ठीक है. During the year, A को acquire किया and B को बेचा. Tell me, in the 2007 figures, do you have values of company A? Values of company A, are they included in 2007 figures?
No, sir.
No.
No. Are values of company B included in 2007 figures?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes, sir.
So can I say 2007 is holding plus B?
Yes, sir.
ठीक है. Look at 2008. Tell me, are values of company A included in 2008?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Are values of company B included in 2008?
No, sir.
No. So can I say 2008 is holding plus A and 2007 is holding plus B? And if we compare these two numbers, will it be a like for like comparison?
No.
That comparison will be incorrect because you are not comparing like with like, है ना? You are comparing two numbers, but these are not two comparable numbers. So if this is the problem statement, आप जब ऑफिस में जाओगे तो आपके बॉसेस आपको यही सब फालतू बात बोलेंगे. प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट बताओ, तो उसको बताना दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट. ठीक है. देखो इसको, 2007 is holding plus B, 2008 is holding plus A. अब I want to calculate movement in working capital. मैं कैसे निकालूं?
Deduct working
So
capital
similar
of
to
both.
audit PPE.
How do I go about it? क्या करूं मैं? See, one way of doing it is क्या करो?
So 2000.
2007, ठीक है, 2007 holding plus B plus A, ठीक है, and 2008 holding plus A plus B. Do you think it will then be comparable, these two? इसमें मैंने A का वैल्यूज ऐड कर दिया एंड इसमें मैंने B का वैल्यूज ऐड कर दिया. Will that be comparable then 2007 and 2008?
Yes, sir.
ठीक है. I have added now opening and closing both talk about holding plus A plus B. ठीक है. But that means for this to work, we will need values of company A for 2007 and values of company B for 2008. अपने को क्या लगेगा? We need values of company A for 2007, okay, and values of company B for 2008. Tell me, do you have these values? ये A लगेगा और इधर ये B लगेगा. है अपने पास? This is working capital of A at acquisition, working capital of B at disposal. B was sold during the year. तो 2008 के तो values है ही नहीं B के. Neither do we have, A का values on 2007 है ही नहीं ना. A का value किस दिन का है? Date of acquisition का है, right? और 2007 का नहीं है. So very clearly, this approach will not work. ये काम ही नहीं करेगा. Let's look at another option. Minus B. 2007 के जो फिगर्स है, 2007 के फिगर्स में B इंक्लूडेड है, ठीक है, एंड यू डोंट वांट दैट वर्किंग कैपिटल ऑफ सब्सिडियरी B इज इंक्लूडेड इन 2007 फिगर्स. वो हटाना है तो B का तो फिगर है ना आपके पास. व्हाट इफ यू एलिमिनेट द B का वैल्यू? व्हाट इफ यू एलिमिनेट A आल्सो? So what you are doing is you are subtracting values of company B from जो आपका 2007 का डेटा था, फ्रॉम 2007 डेटा, एंड यू आर सब्ट्रैक्टिंग वैल्यूज ऑफ कंपनी ए फ्रॉम 2008 डेटा, है ना? वो करेंगे तो होल्डिंग कंपैरिजन विल मेक सेंस, राइट? ओके, अब while all of this is great, एग्जाम में we don't have time to do all of this, तो क्या करना है? आपको प्रॉब्लम समझा अपना क्या हो रहा है लाइफ में? What problem are we facing? Have you understood the problem first of all?
Yes, sir.
Everyone? Okay. अब let's see how to calculate movements in working capital. Particulars. Inventory. And payables. ठीक है? Inventory, receivables and payables. Now let's put out some data points here. Closing balance as per consolidated financial statements. कितना है closing balance of inventory? 74,666. Receivables कितना है? 58,246 and payables कितना है? 93,678. Now basically, how do you calculate the increase decrease? It is always closing minus opening less opening balance as per consolidated financial statements minus 53,019 minus 62,043 minus 86,247. ठीक है? You will get a certain number. Up, I'm showing something. Please pay attention. Change in inventory closing balance minus opening balance. ठीक है? What is change in inventory? Closing balance 74,666 minus 53,019. But we discussed 5 minutes ago कि यार ये गलत है, ये ऐसे करना is wrong. Why? Because some values are included in opening, some values are included in closing. वो सब अपने को नहीं चाहिए. So what we said is from the 2007 data, remove the values of B. ठीक है? Change in inventory comparing like with like. ठीक है? So 74,666 क्या है? 74,666 is 2008 value. What did we say? Subtract A from the 2008 value. So 74,666 minus 2008 का वैल्यू क्या है इन्वेंट्री का? 4500. ठीक है? माइनस 53,019. इसमें से आई हैव टू रिमूव द इक्विवेलेंट 2007 का वैल्यू ऑफ बी कंपनी, वो हटा दिया. ठीक है? अब ये कैसे दिखेगा? 74,666 minus 4500 minus 53,019 plus 6800. Are you with me, all of you? When I'm doing a like for like comparison? Yes, Shubh.
सर जब भी हमने ये बात किया कि हम लोग होल्डिंग कंपनी जो 2017 में से हम लोग बी का निकाल देंगे, तभी
बी का निकाल देंगे, हाँ
बराबर. तो हम लोग ने 74,666 माइनस 53 किया, ओपनिंग माइनस क्लोजिंग, और 21 आया जो 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 चेंज हुआ है,
करेक्ट,
फ्लक्चुएशन हुआ है. फिर
But
हम
गलत है.
उसमें से हम बी निकालेंगे ना डायरेक्ट.
नहीं, वो करते हैं बाद में, बट पहले तो वील गो स्टेप बाय स्टेप ना। 253019 इज 2007 का वैल्यू, उसमें से बी कंपनी रिमूव करेंगे। कैसे रिमूव
सर।
करेंगे? -6800,
हाँ
53019 -6800, और
हाँ
74666 कंटेन्स वैल्यू ऑफ ए कंपनी, वो हटा देंगे -4500।
क्योंकि वो ओपनिंग बैलेंस में खड़ा है वो वाला।
सो
हाँ
सॉरी, 74666 इज क्लोजिंग बैलेंस, क्लोजिंग
क्लोजिंग बैलेंस। हाँ
होल्डिंग प्लस ए दोनों इंक्लूडेड है।
हाँ
आई
हाँ।
वांट टू रिमूव ए फ्रॉम द ओपनिंग बैलेंस, सो आई डू -4500।
और माइनस बी भी कर देंगे तो सिर्फ होल्डिंग कंपनी मिल जाएगा हम लोग को,
कंपेरेबल वैल्यूज मिलेंगे।
कंपेरेबल।
ठीक है, अब यहाँ पे देखो, व्हाट इज 4500? 4500 इज इन्वेंट्री ऑफ कंपनी acquired and inventory of company disposed of. Observe करना है ये अभी। I subtracted 4500. What is 4500? 4500 is inventory of company that was acquired, and I did plus 6800 ultimately. That is inventory of company disposed of. So here as well, I'm going to write the same thing. What will I write? Less value of subsidiary acquired, add value of subsidiary disposed of. ठीक है, लेस वैल्यू ऑफ सब्सिडियरी अक्वायर्ड, एड वैल्यू ऑफ सब्सिडियरी डिस्पोज्ड ऑफ। सब्सिडियरी अक्वायर्ड इज ए, उसका इन्वेंट्री माइनस करो, -4500। वैल्यू ऑफ सब्सिडियरी डिस्पोज्ड ऑफ, बी वाज डिस्पोज्ड ऑफ, +6800 लिखो। व्हाट विल बी द मूवमेंट इन working capital? Movement in working capital will be this, -4500 plus 6800, 23,947. फिर यहाँ पे I will write down -7900, -7900, यहाँ पे लिखूंगा +6700। अरे क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं? Similarly here I will write -8250, and what will I add? I will add 5740, and then I will get the net movement in working capital. So increase in inventory is 23,947, decrease in receivables is 4997, and increase in payables is 4921. Up exam mein, naturally I don't expect you to remember, I don't expect you to follow the full logic in the exam because you won't have so much time. So I have given you the steps for working capital. ठीक है, but from a conceptual perspective, एक बार go through the data and tell me if there is anything that you haven't understood. Jitendra ji, this is your first class, first live session. You can type out if your mic isn't working. Is this your first session? Yes, Gautam, tell me.
Sir, aren't we comparing closing balances with during year acquisition and disposal?
Yes, we are. But this 4500 was the number on acquisition date, which is says at some point of time during the year. But this 4500 plus something has been included in the closing balance, right? The starting point for inventory of the acquired subsidiary was 4500. The starting, so 4500 ka impact is included in the closing balance of inventory. 7900 ka impact is included in the closing balance of debtors, and 8250 ka impact is included in the closing balance of creditors. Although exact 8250 might not be included, but starting point is 8250, right? Then you did something plus minus with that.
Correct.
So the impact is included, hence we are adding or subtracting that.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now quickly do one thing, all of you. Write this down and learn it. How to calculate movements in working capital in consolidated cash flow. Jitendra ji, can you hear me? Please let me know in the chat box. Is this your first session? First live session? Do answer these questions on personal chat on WhatsApp if you can't answer it now. Or how many sessions before this have you attended? And have you watched the recordings? Can you hear me now? After watching my story, a lot of people have connected and they said they want to attend full AFM for December, full SBR for December. अभी कहाँ? अभी तो खत्म. तो सिलेबस तो हो गया ना, अभी कितना बाकी है?
Which story, sir?
On my WhatsApp, for crash course and all of that.
मैंने देखा था, मुझे लगा आपने कुछ डाला इंस्टा पे, उस पे, लिंक्डइन पे.
LinkedIn पे नहीं, वो Saturday, Sunday not the right days to post. You don't get traction. Plus, I'm not a very good looking person, so I need to strategize my pictures accordingly.
So it doesn't matter the looks. You should have it,
They
just
do.
money.
Oh, they do.
Yeah. In teaching they do, I think. I
In
don't know about anything
on
else.
social media, teaching, I don't know, but on social media, they matter.
Yes, sir. No, social media matters.
Yes. लिख लिया सबने
Done, sir.
कि इधर उधर की बातें चल रही है?
Done.
Okay. Now, one small calculation or one small point before we move on to a full length question. A full length question बहुत बड़ा है, उसमें दुनिया भर के एडजस्टमेंट करेंगे हम. It will take us more than 1 hour. 50 working notice. Delete. But before that, something relating to non-controlling interest. Okay. When a subsidiary that is not wholly owned pays a dividend, some of that dividend is paid outside of the group to the non-controlling interest. Dividends paid to non-controlling interest should be disclosed separately in the statement of cash flow. See, we discussed that intra-group cash flows have to be eliminated. So if subsidiary paid a dividend of 100 and I hold 80% of the shares in that subsidiary, तो वो 100 में से 80 rupees तो was paid to the holding company, right? 100 में से 80 rupees was paid to the holding company. So that is intra-group adjustment, right? That is adjustment within the group. The point is, when the subsidiary company pays dividend to non-controlling interest, NCI people are outside the group, right? Non-controlling interest are people outside the group. तो उनको जो कैश आपने पे किया in the form of dividend, that will be subtracted or that will be shown in the cash flow statement. What will not be shown in the cash flow statement? Amount that you paid to amount that the holding company, amount that the subsidiary company paid to the holding company as dividend will not be shown in the consolidated financial statements, in the consolidated cash flow. But dividend paid by the subsidiary to NCI will be shown. Why? Because NCI people are not a part of the group. Na? Holding company plus its 80% stake in the subsidiary, that is the group. NCI people are outside the group, right? Okay. Now, let's do a question based on this. ठीक है, ये पढ़ो तो एक बार. Take a moment, read it, think about it, then we'll do it together. ठीक है, पढ़ो इसको. The following information has been extracted from the consolidated financial statements of WG, which has a year end of 31st of December. ठीक है? So you have 2006 and 2007 का figure, non-controlling interest 690, statement of profit or loss, profit for the period attributable to NCI. During the year, WG bought a 70% shareholding in CC. WG uses the full goodwill method for all subsidiaries. The fair value of non-controlling interest in CC at acquisition date was 60,000. During the year, WG disposed of its 60% holding in TT. At the acquisition date, the fair value of NCI and the fair value of TT's net assets were 35,000 and 70,000 respectively. The net assets of TT at the disposal date were 1 lakh. What is the dividend paid to non-controlling interest? अब बड़ा interesting सा question है. Why? Pay attention. अब non-controlling interest. See, in my balance sheet, I show non-controlling interest on the equity liability side. This is amount belonging to non-controlling interest, which I have included in my subsidy. I have included in my consolidated balance sheet. It doesn't belong to me. So, non-controlling interest. What is the opening balance of this non-controlling interest? 690. Opening credit balance on the credit side. कितना है? 690. ठीक है. Then non-controlling interest has a closing balance of 780. तो यहाँ पे लिख दो closing balance of 780. ठीक है. 690 हो गया, 780 हो गया. Now, during the year, WG bought a 70% shareholding in CC. WG uses the full goodwill method for all subsidiaries. The fair value of non-controlling interest in CC at acquisition date was 60,000. ठीक है. So, there is a new subsidiary acquired. कितने का खरीदा आपने न्यू सब्सिडियरी? You held the new subsidiary. You acquired the new subsidiary, and value of its non-controlling interest का amount was 60,000. So you added 60 here. During the year, WG disposed of its 60% holding in TT. At the acquisition date, the fair value of NCI and the fair value of TT's net assets were 35,000 and 70,000 respectively. The net assets of TT at the disposal date were 1 lakh. Okay. Now, let's see for subsidiary TT. For subsidiary TT. Okay. What were net assets on acquisition date? कितना है net assets on acquisition date?
70,000.
70,000. What were net assets on disposal date?
100,000.
1 lakh.
8 lakh.
ठीक है. So, what is the post acquisition profit of subsidiary TT? कितना है post acquisition profit? On the date of acquisition, net assets is share capital plus reserves and surplus. उसका total 70 था. Disposal date पे share capital plus reserves and surplus का value है 1 lakh. What is the difference between the two? The difference between the two is post acquisition profit. Correct? Okay. Now, what is the share of holding company in TT? 60%. So, what is share of NCI in post-acquisition profit of TT? This is 30,000 into 40%. And share of NCI is 40%. This into 40%. 12,000. Okay. Now, you have value of NCI, fair value of NCI on acquisition date, which is 35,000. Can we get fair value of NCI on acquisition date is 35,000. We have post-acquisition profit of 12,000. Can we get fair value of NCI on disposal date? Will it be 35,000 plus 12,000, 47,000?
Yes.
NCI on acquisition date plus share in post acquisition profit. ठीक है? So यहाँ पे new subsidiary acquired, I am showing it at 60. अब old subsidiary disposed of, ठीक है? NCI of subsidiary disposed of कितना? 47. अब अच्छा, one more thing, 2007 के लिए profit for the period attributable to NCI is 120. So during the year 2007, all the subsidiaries together, whatever profit they earned, profit attributable to NCI is 20%. So I should write here profit for the year. How much? 120. Ab calculate. I had an opening balance of 690. I purchased one more subsidiary जिसमें NCI था 60. Value कितना हो गया? 750. During the year, holding company, sorry, subsidiary company must have earned a profit. Uska one share must have gone to NCI. The value of that is 120. ठीक है? This is 870. 870 is the total. Now, ये 870 जो total था, उसमें से I sold off a subsidiary worth 47 का NCI. ठीक है, तो कितना बचना चाहिए? NCI 823. But how much NCI is left? Only 780 का NCI is left. The difference between the two, 43. This has to be dividend paid. Otherwise, why would the balance of subsidiary go down, right? Balancing figure 43. Okay. Let me write down the story here for you in case anybody is interested. Opening balance of NCI was 690 and value of NCI of new subsidiary acquired was 60. Okay. Profit earned during the year attributable to NCI was 120. So NCI total was how much? NCI total was 870. Company disposed of a subsidiary and value of its NCI on disposal date was 47. So on disposal date was 47. So how much NCI is left? You are left with 870 minus 47, which is 823. Okay. But closing balance is only 780. है ना? So difference is a balance कम हुआ है. The only reason balance can go down is if some amount is paid to NCI, है ना? And that amount paid to NCI is dividend. Difference is amount paid to NCI, which is NCI का dividend. ठीक है? This is how a question on from the data of non-controlling interest, you might be asked to calculate the dividend paid to non-controlling interest. ठीक है? एक बार देख लो. Make sense? Okay. One final thing before we go to the full length question. An associate is, of course, a company over which you have significant influence. Associates are not a part of the group. So cash flows between the group and the associate must be reported in the statement of cash flows. Cash flows relating to associates that need to be separately reported are dividend received from associate, loans made to associate, cash paid to acquire associate, and cash receipts from disposal of an associate. All of these have to be included because the associate is not a part of the group, तो it is outside the group. तो जो भी associate के साथ cash का give and take होगा वो सारा का सारा आपको include करना है. ठीक है. Now there is, as I told you, वो एक बड़ा वाला जो question है. By the way, the question that we are going to take up, a question like that is not, इतना बड़ा question paper में नहीं आता है. They also want you to finish the paper, right? इतना बड़ा question paper में नहीं आएगा. But out of all the adjustments that you are studying here, you can get 3 or 4 adjustments. यहाँ पे तो we'll be doing 10 to 12 different adjustments. आपको पेपर में उतना नहीं आएगा. ठीक है. So what I'm doing is I'm sending this question on the group. आपके WhatsApp group पे you will get this question. देखा, big question. Okay. I'm giving you a 15-minute break first. I'll give you a 15-minute break. It's 2:35. The break ends at 2:15. At 2:50. After that, you will take 5 to 6 minutes to read the question. पूरा का पूरा question आप पढ़ेंगे, and then we'll do it together. I will now talk to you at 2:55 in 20 minutes. 15 minutes for the break, 5 minutes for reading the question. चलो. पढ़ लिया क्वेश्चन एवरीवन?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
काफी बड़ा है ना, 256 हुआ है. Let's see how much time do we take for solving this. Prepare the consolidated statement of Pearl Limited of Pearl Group for the year ended 30th September 2002. अच्छा, बेस में क्या दिया है आपको? Consolidated
Balance sheet,
balance sheet,
P&L and changes in equity.
changes in equity. Statement of changes in equity से भी हम कुछ points pick up करेंगे. ठीक है. अब वही अप्रोच that we followed yesterday, एक एक आइटम उठाने का और उसको you have to place it in the appropriate part in the cash flow statement. Cash flow statement has three parts: operating activity, investing activity and financing activity. Can you tell me what all is covered under operating activity? कौन से cash flows आते हैं वहां पर?
Day-to-day operations.
Day-to-day activities is
Yeah.
operating activity. Investing activity में purchase and sale of long-term asset and associated cash flows. Financing activity में money raised for running the company or cash paid to repay the amount that you have taken. ठीक है, ये है आपके पास 2 years का बैलेंस शीट एंड 2 years का P&L, कंसोलिडेटेड P&L. यहाँ पे हेडिंग वेडिंग दे देते हैं सब. स्टेटमेंट ऑफ और कंसोलिडेटेड कैश फ्लो स्टेटमेंट. ठीक है, फर्स्ट थिंग cash flow from operating activity, then cash flow from investing activity and cash flow from financing activity. One by one. Your starting off point is profit before tax. ठीक है, यहाँ पे profit before tax 1115. Profit before tax 1115. What will you add to this? You will add non-operating and non-cash expenses. Up. You have put in this number 1115. ये लिख लिया. Identify all those items which have some sort of an adjustment. I can see depreciation and all of that, which means property, plant and equipment will have an adjustment. ठीक है. Then new subsidiary has been acquired, some subsidiary has been disposed of. ठीक है. अब इधर देखो. Start from here, go upwards. Okay. Do you see here share of profit of an associate? दिख रहा है आपको? Tell me,
Yes, sir.
is it what kind of an item is it? Is it a non-operating item or is it an operating item?
Non-operating.
Non-operating, sir.
Non-operating item. ठीक है. In your cash flow statement, you add back non-operating non-cash expenses, but you subtract non-operating incomes. ठीक है. ये कितना है? Share of profit of associate. So share of profit of associate कितना है? 115. Share of profit of an associate is a non-operating income. उसको आपने subtract कर दिया. एक एक item I am now knocking off. Finance cost. Finance cost is basically interest. Is it an operating item? No. It's a financing activity type of item. तो ये क्या होगा? यहाँ पे you will add back finance cost. कितना है? 35. You have also shown gain on disposal of a subsidiary. Tell me, is it a non-operating item as well?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So less non-operating incomes में can I write down gain on disposal of subsidiary? कितना है? 100. This is done. Now operating expenses दिया है. Operating expenses में there could be a whole lot of adjustments possible. मतलब उसमें different numbers could be included. If you look at the first point, ठीक है, ये additional information देखो. Depreciation of 385 was charged during the year. Plant with a carrying amount of 250 was sold for 275. The gain on disposal was recognized in operating cost. Certain properties were revalued during the year, resulting in revaluation gain of 2 lakh being recognized. So ये सारा कुछ जो adjustment है, it relates to non-current assets, property, plant and equipment. Very specifically, you can see that an asset with a carrying amount of 250 was sold for 275. Can I say that there is gain on disposal? Gain on disposal of property, plant and equipment? That is a non-operating income. है ना? So gain on disposal of property, plant and equipment, 25. Okay, now let's have a look at the working notes. ये property, plant and equipment का probably could be the single most important working note. Property, plant and equipment. ठीक है, इधर आओ. Property, plant and equipment has an opening balance of 1625. Opening debit balance on the debit side. To balance brought forward 1625. And closing debit balance on the credit side. कितना है closing debit balance? 2545. ठीक है, come here by balance carried forward 2545. ठीक है, ये दोनों को पोस्ट कर दिया 1625 and 2545. Now, depreciation of 385 was charged during the year. Do you see accumulated depreciation account anywhere? दिख रहा है आपको?
No, sir.
No. So the depreciation must have been recorded as depreciation to non-current asset. So PPE के credit side में हाँ, write down by depreciation. How much? 385. Now accounting entry is depreciation account debit to property, plant and equipment. PPE का effect दे दिया. Depreciation must have been debited to P&L. Depreciation is a non-cash item. Add back depreciation of 385. ठीक है, ये कर दिया आपने. Now, what else is given to you? Plant with a carrying amount of 250 was sold for 275. ठीक है. Now, what is the accounting entry for this disposal? Bank account debit 275. यहाँ पे आप entry करेंगे by bank account debit. How much? 275. To property, plant and equipment. कितना? 250. Difference will go to gain on disposal. है ना? To gain on disposal account credit 25. And I'm sure you will agree with me when I say कि credit कितने से करना है? I have to credit my PPE with how much? I have to credit my PPE with 250, right? By bank account 250. Understand one thing. ये जो gain on disposal था 25 that you already recorded here. You have credited PPE with 250. The difference of 275 is the amount received on disposal. So यहाँ पे लिख दो in investing activity proceeds from disposal of property, plant and equipment 275. 275 का इफेक्ट दे दिया, 250 का इफेक्ट दे दिया, 25 का इफेक्ट दे दिया. इज द एडजस्टमेंट कंप्लीट?
Yes, sir.
सारे इफेक्ट्स भी पोस्टेड एट द राइट प्लेस. ठीक है, तो ये हो गया. And if you see, there is one more adjustment here. What is that? Certain properties were revalued during the year, resulting in a revaluation gain of 2 lakh. What is the accounting entry for revaluation?
PPE to revaluation surplus.
PPE account debit to revaluation surplus. तो यहाँ पे लिख दो to revaluation surplus 200. Correct? I posted that at the right place. अब additional information 1 में जो भी डेटा था, all the data has been posted. ठीक है. Now, during the year, Pearl acquired 80% of the equity share capital of GEM. Pearl acquired a company called GEM, जिसका PPE was 1280. ठीक है. Company acquired another company whose PPE was 1280. So, in this account, don't you think you will write PPE of subsidiary acquired 1280? है ना? जो सब्सिडियरी अक्वायर किया उसका बैलेंसेस विल बी इंक्लूडेड इन द कंसोलिडेटेड बैलेंस शीट का टोटल पीपीई. एंड देयर इज अ सब्सिडियरी Pearl Limited disposed of its 60% equity holding in Stone for cash proceeds of 850. The subsidiary had been acquired several years ago for cash, and the subsidiary that you had acquired, it had PPE of 725. अब this subsidiary is being disposed of. ठीक है, तो ये जो opening balance होगा, in the opening balance and everything, in the consolidated opening balance, you must have included the PPE of this subsidiary, right? Stone company. But abhi Stone company has been sold off. So yahan pe, can I write PPE of subsidiary sold? How much is it? 725, right? This is also taken care of. Do you see property, plant and equipment anywhere else? दिख रहा है? नहीं.
No, sir.
So whatever is the number, that number has to be your balancing figure. Tell me, what is the balancing figure?
$800.
800. ठीक है. To bank, balancing figure, cash paid, है ना? This 800 is cash paid for acquiring fresh non-current asset. ठीक है. This is cash paid for acquiring fresh non-current assets, which is 39. Total तो आपका हो गया. You have given impact of all the adjustments जहां जहां पे देना था. And the balancing figure is new non-current assets acquired. That is a cash outflow under investing activity. यहाँ पे लिख दो cash paid to acquire PPE. Cash paid है तो outflow है. Show it with a negative sign. ठीक है? With me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
अब if you see, there is some goodwill here. Opening goodwill 1850, closing goodwill 1930. है ना? Now, I want you to calculate goodwill on acquisition of subsidiary GEM company. उसका डेटा है आपके पास. Calculate goodwill on acquisition of GEM company. ठीक है. उसके बाद calculate goodwill on acquisition of Pearl company and goodwill at the date of disposal. दोनों निकालो. करेंगे? First of all, calculate goodwill for Pearl. Fair value of consideration paid, add fair value of NCI less fair value of net assets of subsidiary on acquisition date. करो GEM company का. एंड साथ ही साथ करो पर्ल कंपनी नहीं, स्टोन कंपनी का, ठीक है। आई विल गिव यू 2 to 3 मिनट्स, दोनों का गुडविल, एक का गुडविल ऑन एक्विजिशन निकालो, दूसरे का गुडविल ऑन डिस्पोजल डेट निकालो। चलो स्टार्ट। हो गया
Yes, sir.
एवरीवन? चलो
Yes, sir.
टेल मी व्हाट इज गुडविल ऑन एक्विजिशन ऑफ जेम कंपनी?
350.
Yes, sir.
350?
350.
ये देखो, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू गॉट दिस 350 राइट? And then there is a subsidiary called Stone Company which was disposed of. What is the goodwill on date of disposal?
290.
Fair value of consideration paid 600, NCI 320. Fair value of net assets of subsidiary on acquisition date. See, what is this 980? 980 is at the date of disposal, the net assets of Stone Company were so and so. On the date of acquisition, the subsidiary had been acquired several years ago for cash consideration of 6 lakh. Okay. Fair value NCI holding was measured at its fair value of 320 at acquisition, and fair value of Stone's net assets were 730. है ना? So subtract 730 here, you will arrive at 190. Please don't subtract 980. 980 is not the amount. ठीक है? How many of you got 190? Okay. 350 हो गया, 190 हो गया. Fair enough. You have opening goodwill of 1850, closing goodwill of 1930. अब what has happened to goodwill at the group level. ठीक है, opening goodwill and closing goodwill सब दिया है आपको. Now pay attention. Guys, 1 second, 1 second. Let's see what happens to the goodwill at group level. Working note 7, goodwill at group level. ठीक है, opening balance of goodwill as per consolidated financial statements. कितना है opening balance of goodwill as per consolidated financial statements? 1850. Add goodwill of subsidiary acquired. What is goodwill of subsidiary acquired? Plus 350. Less goodwill of subsidiary disposed of. कितना? 190. ठीक है, so that means after this closing balance of goodwill should have been opening plus new subsidiary acquired plus old subsidiary disposed of. Balance should have been 2010. But as per consolidated financial statements, goodwill balance is 1930. ठीक है, closing balance of goodwill as per consolidated financial statements is 1930. होना चाहिए था 2010, है 1930. The difference means goodwill का value has gone down. That means goodwill has been impaired. Impairment of goodwill. This is the balancing figure. कितना है? 2010 minus 1930, which is 80. ठीक है, Are you with me? Do you agree? दिया नहीं था एडजस्टमेंट कहीं पे, बट दैट इज द implied adjustment, hidden adjustment बोल सकते हो आप. Impairment of goodwill is a non-cash item. ठीक है, so here I will add impairment of goodwill. कितना? 80. Goodwill, and here also you have tackled the goodwill part. ठीक है, अब next item क्या दिख रहा है आपको? Next item that you can see is investment in associates. अब इसका क्या करेंगे? Associate 435 opens, नहीं sorry, 540 is opening balance of associate, 620 is closing balance of associate. Now look at this. Share of profit of associate 115, other comprehensive income from associate 50. ठीक है, so let's now work on the associate bit. Working note 8, associate. ठीक है, we use the equity method of accounting for associate, right? Equity method of accounting for the associate. What is opening balance of associate as per CFS? कितना है opening balance of associate company? 540. Now, share of profit of associate 115, OCI from associate 50. Add share of profit of associate 115. Add share of OCI of associate. कितना? 50. ठीक है. सो क्लोजिंग बैलेंस ऑफ एसोसिएट शुड बी कितना होना चाहिए? 540 plus 115 plus 50. 705 should be the share of should be the closing balance of associate as per equity method. है कितना? 620. But closing balance of associate as per CFS should be 620. ठीक है. The difference is डिविडेंड पेड बाय एसोसिएट, है ना. आपका एसोसिएट में वैल्यू होना चाहिए था 705, बट द वैल्यू इज 620, which means the value of the stake in the associate has gone down. The only reason why it can go down is if the associate paid you dividend. When any company pays you dividend, the value of the stake automatically goes down. This is dividend paid by the associate. ठीक है. अब dividend paid by the associate is what? This is associate is your investment. ठीक है. एंड दैट इन्वेस्टमेंट पेड यू अ डिविडेंड. तो वो जो डिविडेंड है वो आपका कहाँ पे आएगा? डिविडेंड रिसीव्ड फ्रॉम एसोसिएट विल कम अंडर कैश फ्लो फ्रॉम इन्वेस्टिंग एक्टिविटी. डिविडेंड रिसीव्ड फ्रॉम एसोसिएट 85. ठीक है. एसोसिएट को भी डील कर लिया. Now, in current assets, you have inventory, trade receivable, cash and cash equivalent. का ही difference अपने को निकालना है, so nothing to be done there. You have inventories and trade receivables. Now, just here we have made this stepwise working, right? Closing balance as per CFS, less opening balance as per CFS, less value of subsidiary acquired, add value of subsidiary disposed of. If you do that, you get the movement in working capital, है ना? So अभी let's do the movement in working capital thing. यहाँ पे आओ. वर्किंग नोट 4. दिस इज व्हाट? दिस इज मूवमेंट्स इन वर्किंग कैपिटल. अच्छा, डू ऑल ऑफ यू हैव द क्वेश्चन विथ यू? कैन यू टेक अ मिनट एंड कैलकुलेट द मूवमेंट इन वर्किंग कैपिटल? ठीक है, करो कैलकुलेट. यस करण, बोलो बोलो बोलो. कांट हियर यू. अनम्यूट करो ना पहले. स्टिल कांट हियर यू. डम शराट चल रहा है. Have the others finished the calculation? Increase, decrease in working capital. बाकियों का हो गया? अनम्यूट करके बोलना करा ना.
हेलो, आवाज आवाज आ रही है सर?
हाँ हाँ, अब बता.
हाँ सर, वो प्रॉफिट ऑफ एसोसिएट वाले में वो ओसीआई का प्रॉफिट कहाँ से आया था? एनसीआई का, सॉरी,
हाँ.
एसोसिएट वाले.
नहीं नहीं, प्रॉफिट फॉर द ईयर. ये देखो, अदर कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इनकम फ्रॉम एसोसिएट 50.
ओह ओके ओके, गॉट इट. और सर वो हमने क्या बोलते गुडविल लास्ट ईयर का ही क्यों लिया था लास्ट में?
लास्ट ईयर
क्योंकि
का
इम्पेयरमेंट नहीं था उसमें, गुडविल वाले में, सेकंड वाले में जो सोल्ड कर रहे हैं सब्सिडी उसमें.
हाँ, तो नहीं था ना, हमने कहाँ लिया.
अच्छा,
बट सी
हाँ
ये
तो
जो है, This is not just one subsidiary. Na Pearl Group has many subsidiaries. ये 1850 1930 1930 जो है ये बहुत सारे सब्सिडियरीज है, सबका टोटल वैल्यू इज दैट मच.
Okay,
ठीक है,
sir. Got it. Thank you,
सिर्फ
sir.
एक ही सब्सिडियरी नहीं है. नाउ गाइस हैव अ लुक एट दिस. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू गॉट दिस राइट? देखो एक बार. इंक्रीज डिक्रीज इन वर्किंग कैपिटल के नंबर्स है. यस सुमेरा? अच्छा वो
So I
गॉट इट.
was saying I got it right.
ओके. बाकी मिस्टर शाह, गौतम, व्हाट्स हैपनिंग?
हाँ सर, लास्ट का बाकी 1 मिनट है.
कर ले फिर चेक कर.
डन सर.
ठीक है. अब लेट्स पोस्ट दीज आइटम्स. देयर इज व्हाट? देयर इज एन इंक्रीज इन इन्वेंट्री. ठीक है. सो इधर लेस इंक्रीज इन इन्वेंट्री कितना है? लेस इंक्रीज इन रिसीवेबल्स कितने से कम हुआ आपका? नो, रिसीवेबल्स डिक्रीज्ड, सो वो ऐड करना पड़ेगा. माय बैड. ऐड डिक्रीज इन रिसीवेबल्स कितना? 16. एंड लास्ट थिंग पेएबल्स. पेएबल्स में कितना है? पेएबल्स हैव डिक्रीज्ड. डिक्रीज इन पेएबल्स इज सब्ट्रैक्टेड, है ना? करंट लायबिलिटी है. लेस डिक्रीज इन पेएबल्स माइनस 65. ठीक है. ओके. सो जो पोस्ट कर दिया उस सब पे टिक मार्क लगा दो. इन्वेंट्री हो गया, ट्रेड रिसीवेबल हो गया, दिस इज डन, दिस इज डन, दिस इज डन, दिस इज ऑल्सो डन. इधर हो गया करंट लायबिलिटी. सॉरी, करंट लायबिलिटी में ट्रेड पेएबल्स देख लिया आपने. देन हियर यू हैव टैकल्ड इन्वेंट्री, you have tackled trade receivables, you have tackled trade payables. Same thing here, you have tackled inventory, trade receivable, trade payable. ठीक है. So काफी हद तक you have tackled items. कैश एंड कैश इक्विवेलेंट्स पे आपका सारा फोकस है, तो इसको आपको कुछ नहीं करना है इन द कैश फ्लो स्टेटमेंट. The difference between this is the answer to your cash flow basically. Now equity share capital has remained the same. Retained earnings have remained the same. नहीं, but retained earnings में तो बहुत दुनिया भर का प्लस माइनस अपने को करना है. But share capital में there has been no change, है ना? तो share capital को टिक मार्क लगा दो. देख लिया. Now retained earnings is a very interesting adjustment. What is the opening balance of retained earnings? बताओ तो. कितना है ओपनिंग बैलेंस ऑफ रिटेन्ड अर्निंग्स? कंसोलिडेटेड रिटेन्ड अर्निंग्स 108.
85.
ठीक है. व्हाट इज प्रॉफिट फॉर द ईयर एट्रिब्यूटेबल टू पेरेंट? 795.
हाँ सर.
ठीक है. ओपनिंग बैलेंस 1085, प्रॉफिट फॉर द ईयर एट्रिब्यूटेबल टू पेरेंट कंपनी 795. ठीक है. अब वील राइट दैट डाउन. इधर लिखते हैं. चलो, वर्किंग नोट 10, analysis of consolidated retained earnings. Opening balance of consolidated retained earnings. कितना है ओपनिंग बैलेंस? 1085. ठीक है. उसमें प्रॉफिट अर्न ड्यूरिंग द ईयर एट्रिब्यूटेबल टू होल्डिंग कंपनी, है ना? एड प्रॉफिट फॉर द ईयर 795, ठीक है, टिक लगा दो, ये देख लिया। प्रॉफिट एट्रीब्यूटेबल टू ओनर्स ऑफ द पेरेंट कंपनी, ये देख लिया, ठीक है। अब इधर देखो, कंसोलिडेटेड स्टेटमेंट ऑफ चेंजेस इन इक्विटी, एट्रीब्यूटेबल टू ओनर्स ऑफ द पेरेंट में देखो, देयर इज अ डिविडेंड पेड ऑफ 125, ठीक है। नाउ हु पेड दिस डिविडेंड टू whom? Subsidiary company paid this dividend to holding company, ठीक है, लेस dividend paid taken from statement of changes in equity, कितना? 125. Closing balance should be 1755. If you observe, this 1755 matches with the balance sheet value, so this is okay. Matches with consolidated financial statement का value. ये भी हो गया. This also you have given the right treatment. ठीक है. Remember one thing, I'm going to write a note here. Dividend paid by subsidiary to the holding company is a transaction within the group and hence should not be shown in consolidated cash flow statement. Make sense? ये दिखाना नहीं है अपने को, just keep this in mind. This is like a reconciling note, समझ लो आप in a way. Okay? चलो. Other reserves है. Other reserves को फिलहाल के लिए छोड़ दो. For now, let it be. NCI. What can we do about NCI now? NCI के बारे में we have opening balance of NCI, we have closing balance of NCI, we have all of this information given to us. For now, let it be. Or if you want, we can do our analysis of NCI also. Working note 11, non-controlling interest. ठीक है, let's make a ledger. इधर देखो, opening balance of NCI 320 by balance brought forward 320, ठीक है. Closing balance, how much is the closing balance? देखो,
310.
balance is 310 to balance carried forward 310. And before you do any of this ना, एक चीज ऑब्जर्व करो, यहाँ पे attributable to NCI में dividend paid to NCI 50 already दिया है. अब you can take this number and avoid making the working note ना. Working note बनाने का कोई जरूरत ही नहीं है. Because I'll tell you what problem you will encounter in this. ठीक है, you start making the working note, you will add fair value of NCI of subsidiary acquired, which is 340, है ना. Then you will have to calculate fair value of NCI of subsidiary disposed of on the disposal date. फिर वो सारा calculation करो, post acquisition profit निकालो. Unnecessarily you will end up spending 5 to 6 minutes on this working note only to do what? Only to calculate dividend paid to NCI. But dividend paid to NCI जो है वो already आपको यहाँ पे दे दिया है ना, तो simply keep that much as the starting of point and don't go for reconciling and calculating everything else. ठीक है, otherwise क्या होगा, आपका बहुत सारा time unnecessarily waste हो जाएगा. Here let me write down dividend paid to NCI holders. If you want in bracket, I can write down from statement of changes in equity. ठीक है, स्टेटमेंट ऑफ चेंजेस इन इक्विटी में से 50 का डिविडेंड आपने उठा लिया, योर जॉब इज डन। अदरवाइज क्या होगा, बहुत लंबा चौड़ा काम चलेगा, 5-6 मिनट्स आपका वेस्ट होगा। अल्टीमेटली यू विल अराइव एट द सेम नंबर दैट द डिविडेंड पेड टू एनसीआई इज 50। सो अनलेस यू हैव सो मच टाइम इन द पेपर, मत करना। ठीक है, you should know if you have a direct figure available, you don't need to prepare the working note, and that naturally means all these values have been taken care of. Non-controlling interest has been taken care of. ठीक है, loans. Opening balance of loans 300, closing balance of loans 500. That means I must have raised additional loan of 200. So proceeds from new loan 200. ठीक है, are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
ओके, अब एक आपका टैक्स का बचा है। इफ यू सी डेफर्ड टैक्स अर्न टैक्स पेएबल, ये बचा है आपका, राइट? नाउ you haven't studied what deferred tax is yet. For now, I'm just giving you a small piece of advice. आप current tax deferred tax को क्लब करके सिंगल वैल्यू डाल दो। In the exam also, current tax deferred tax को क्लब करके सिंगल वैल्यू डाल दो। What is deferred tax? I'll teach you on next Saturday. Right now, just put the values in one place. ठीक है, एक टैक्स पेएबल का अकाउंट बनाएंगे। इन दैट टैक्स पेएबल प्रोविजन फॉर टैक्स अकाउंट, ठीक है, यहाँ पे वर्किंग नोट 9। So take the opening balance 105 deferred plus 360 current by balance brought forward. कितना है? 360 plus 105. Closing balance will be here 2 balance carried forward. इसमें भी आप डालो करंट प्लस डेफर्ड। कितना है? 150 प्लस 400। 550 हो गया, ठीक है, टिक लगा दो भाई, so that one less thing to worry about. Now during the year there is a tax provision का एक एंट्री दिखेगा आपको, ये P&L में टैक्स है। कितना है P&L में टैक्स? 225. So this is tax expense during the year. Total tax expense during the year is 225. इसका एंट्री होगा tax expense account debit to provision for tax, है ना? So provision for tax के क्रेडिट साइड में लिखो by tax expense, how much? 225. ठीक है, ये भी एक देख लिया आपने, tax is also taken care of. इसके नीचे के आइटम ज्यादा मत देखना, योर स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट वाज पीबीटी, उसके ऊपर जाओ, उसके नीचे के आइटम्स आर नॉट रियली, नॉट ऑल ऑफ देम आर रेलेवेंट। आई टेल यू व्हिच वंस आर नॉट रेलेवेंट। अब यू टुक ओवर अ सब्सिडियरी कॉल्ड जेम कंपनी। जेम कंपनी में टैक्स पेएबल था 40, ठीक है, सो यहाँ पे टैक्स ऑफ सब्सिडियरी अक्वायर्ड 40 डाल दो, ये भी आ गया। और तो कुछ है नहीं, there is nothing else in this subsidiary also. अब बैलेंसिंग फिगर निकालो, चलो टेल मी व्हाट इज द बैलेंसिंग फिगर?
Yes, sir. 180.
180. What does that 180 indicate? That 180 is tax paid, right?
That's good.
To bank, tax paid balancing figure. हो गया 180. So where will this go? This will go to operating activity as tax paid, है ना? यहाँ पे लिख दो less tax paid 180. ठीक है. Now just 2 adjustments are left. Rather 3 adjustments. How much was the company, gem company acquired for? कितने में खरीदा आपने? What was the cash consideration paid?
1.5.
1.5 million.
1.5 million. And we have studied that when you acquire a subsidiary, acquisition of subsidiary should be shown net of cash acquired. तो यहाँ पे बताना, you acquired a subsidiary by paying 1.5 million, that is 15 lakh, and you gained the control over cash of 80,000. तो acquisition of subsidiary का जो outflow है, that outflow you will show at what value?
1420. मतलब 14,20,000.
14,20,000. Correct. Fair enough. And there is a subsidiary that is disposed of. अच्छा, यहाँ पे लिख दो acquisition of subsidiary, cash paid for and here there is a subsidiary you disposed of for 8,50,000. It had a balance of 50,000 cash. तो कितना आएगा disposal of subsidiary का proceeds? How much will you show?
80.
8 lakh. ठीक है. So proceeds from disposal of subsidiary 800. ठीक है. अब एक बार देख लो, all items in P&L above PBT ticked off. Yes. ये depreciation वगैरह सब यहीं पे included था, तो वो tackle हो गया. और यहाँ पे balance sheet में cash and cash equivalents you haven't tackled and other reserves you haven't tackled. बाकी सब कुछ you have, every item in the balance sheet has been ticked off. ठीक है. अब other reserves we are not deliberately tackling because other reserves के जो figures है ना, those are basically coming from statement of changes in equity. These are all book adjustments. They don't impact cash flow. तो other reserves को आप छोड़ देना because those numbers don't affect cash flow here. Retained earnings are affected, जिसका calculation we have seen. Now one point is यहाँ पे if you observe, you added back finance cost of 35. But finance cost of 35 has been added. Check karo in the consolidated balance sheet. Do you see finance cost payable anywhere? Finance cost payable दिख रहा है आपको कहीं पे? Liability side में देखो.
No, sir. No, sir.
Means whatever finance cost was booked, that entire finance cost was paid. तो यहाँ पे below tax paid, write down less finance cost paid 35. ठीक है. Profit before tax, add non-operating non-cash expenses, subtract non-operating incomes. You will get operating profit before working capital adjustments. $1,375. You do the working capital adjustments, you will get cash from operations. $1,320. Less tax paid, less finance cost paid, you will get cash flow from operating activity. A. कितना होगा? 1,320 minus 180 minus 35, that is 1,105. ठीक है. फिर investing activity में आओ, you will get cash flow from investing activity. 1060 का आउटफ्लो है ना, एंड फाइनेंसिंग एक्टिविटी proceeds from raising a new loan and dividend paid to NCI, ये आ गया. Dividend paid to shareholders of, अच्छा ये जो है यहाँ पे ये 125 का जो नंबर है, what will you do with this 125 का नंबर? Will it be included?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Now the question is, pay attention. This is consolidated statement of changes in equity. ठीक है. They have written dividend. When I use the word dividend, is it necessary that this is dividend received from subsidiary, or it could be dividend received from associate, or just dividends received in general? यहाँ पे कहीं पे लिखा है this is dividend received from the subsidiary company?
No, sir.
No. So in this case, by the way, we made an assumption here, है ना? What assumption did we make? Dividend paid by holding to subsidiary company is an intra-group transaction, so should not be shown. But the point is, nowhere in the question have they said ना that this is dividend paid by subsidiary to holding. लिखा है ऐसा कहीं पे? लिखा होता तो it would have made sense. This is overall dividend received ना? It could be from associate companies also. It could be from other financial assets also. Normal financial investment से भी आया होगा. So that dividend should be included, right? And by the way, what is this dividend? This is shown with a negative sign. What does that mean?
We have paid.
That means we have paid dividend. तो इसका क्या मतलब है? This is dividend paid by holding company ना?
Financing activity.
ये क्या है? 125 is dividend paid by holding company. This is not dividend received by holding company, right? What is this? This is dividend paid by the holding company, है ना? होल्डिंग कंपनी ने जो भी प्रॉफिट कमाया, होल्डिंग कंपनी ने अपने शेयर होल्डर्स को डिविडेंड बांट दिया. Transactions with people outside the group have to be included. This is dividend paid by holding company. Check करो, it is not positive, it is negative. Negative sign दिया है. Negative sign means this is not dividend received, this is dividend paid. ठीक है. कितना डिविडेंड पे किया आपने? 125 का डिविडेंड पे किया. सो मैंने लिखा भी है डिविडेंड पेड, टेकन फ्रॉम स्टेटमेंट ऑफ चेंजेस इन इक्विटी. सो राइट डाउन डिविडेंड पेड बाय होल्डिंग कंपनी टू इट्स शेयर होल्डर्स. कितना? 125. यू विल गेट कैश फ्लो फ्रॉम financing activity, which is statement C. Minus 50 plus 200 minus 125, which is 25. ठीक है. अब तीनों का टोटल लेंगे. Change in cash and cash equivalents. इसमें क्या होगा? Operating A plus investing B plus financing C. Operating 1105 plus investing plus financing हो गया 70. Now what is the opening balance of cash and cash equivalents? Check करो. Opening balance of cash and cash equivalents is 140. Add opening balance of cash and cash equivalents 140. आपको मिलना चाहिए closing balance of cash and cash equivalents. This total should be the total of cash and cash equivalents in in the consolidated balance sheet 210. हो गया मैच? ठीक है. 1 घंटा लगा. We started at 2:55 almost, है ना? 3:50 हो गया. It took us 1 hour to finish this question. लंबा क्वेश्चन है. Now I'm repeating, in the exam you will not have so many adjustments. We had to make 10 working notes in this one, plus lot of calculations were ongoing as we were solving. In the exam so many adjustments are not there. Maximum 3 या 4. Height of adjustments मतलब 4 आएगा पेपर में, not more than that. But this question, if you do it, it gives you a comprehensive idea कि what all can happen and what all possibilities are there for the exam. तो सारा कुछ आपने यहाँ पे अभी कवर कर लिया. Again, the same advice that I gave you guys yesterday. What advice? When you sit down to practice this, do it 3 times. Once, watch the video and video देख देख के copy करो. Second, watch the video and then shut down the video and try to do it on your own. Third time, do it on your own. If you do this, consolidated cash flow एकदम पक्का हो जाएगा. You will not make a mistake. And in your exam, I'm repeating, they have been asking consolidated cash flows very, very frequently. बहुत ज्यादा बार पेपर में पूछा गया है. So we don't want to take any chances with this one. है ना? तो अच्छे से उसको प्रेप करो and then go to the exam. अब consolidation universe में there is one adjustment related to consolidation of foreign cash flows. छोटा सा है, we'll see it right now. Then there are two or three adjustments rather that are given in the study hub, जो study text में कहीं पे भी नहीं है. But those I don't want to do standalone. जब मैं उसके questions cover करूंगा, उसके साथ साथ I will pick up those adjustments also. ठीक है? So we'll do the foreign cash flow का part, वो करेंगे. Then we'll take a break because I want your mind to remain fresh. We'll take a break after that and then we'll do some kit questions. Make sense? Yes, tell me.
Sir, can you show the cash flow statement?
देखो,
Sir, यहाँ पे the finance cost shouldn't be considered in financing activity.
what?
The finance cost.
Did you watch the recordings, Gautam?
नहीं sir, I was like late night working also. पूरा week due dates है.
Okay. वीडियो देखो, क्लियर हो जाएगा.
Okay. Sir, one more doubt I had. This
Hmm.
85 का dividend from associate.
Hmm.
I didn't understand that. Like, wouldn't that be also included in P&L?
When we were doing associate, were you there?
Yes, sir.
So did we not discuss the fact that if share of profit from associate is already included, if you again include dividend from associate, that is double counting? दो बार होगा ना? What is dividend? Dividend is distribution of profit. You have once included profit from associate, then again you are including dividend from associate. तो दो बार include हो जाएगा ना?
Yes, sir. Right.
ठीक है. It's not, guys, यार वो cash flow का इतना बड़ा issue नहीं है. One lecture is 49 minutes, the other is what, some 50 minutes या कुछ होगा. देख लो यार. I gave you 2-3 days not to watch it. You had time in the morning. वहां पे मैंने explain किया है why finance cost outflow can be shown under financing activity, but as per IAS 7 you get a choice. You can show it under financing activity also, you can show it under operating activity also. फिर मैंने उसके नीचे एक note लिखा है कि in your ACCA syllabus everywhere they have shown it under operating activity. तो आप भी operating activity में दिखाना. मैं सब लिख के देता हूँ. And if I'm not mistaken, I have written that. मैं खोलता हूँ शीट, रुको.
है सर.
लिखा है सर.
लिखा है ना?
समझ गए सर.
हाँ, नहीं, ऐसे कैसे समझ गए? अब आई लाइक टू प्रूव माई पॉइंट. और तो किसी के सामने आई कांट प्रूव, आपके सामने ही प्रूव कर देता हूँ. ये देखो क्या लिखा है. देख लो. इसके भी नोट्स डाल दूंगा रिकॉर्डेड वाले फोल्डर में. ठीक है. ओके. चलो. Observe. Impact of forex gain or loss on individual balance sheet items. The loan balance of Gray Group as at 31st of December 2001 and 31st of December 2010 are shown below. 2010 को 20 million, 2001 को, so 2011 को 60 million. One of the subsidiaries of Gray Group prepares its financial statements in sterling, that is GBP. The exchange loss on the translation of loans of this subsidiary was 10 million. Calculate the amount of additional loan taken. See, there was an exchange loss on the loans. Okay. Ab, what happens is an exchange loss increases the value of a liability and it reduces the value of an asset. Now, why am I saying this? Say, for example, I had a loan of 30,000 pounds. Okay. 1 pound equal to 100 rupees. So loan in INR is 30 lakhs. Okay. Now, what happens is the foreign exchange rate changes. It goes 1 pound equal to INR. Okay. So kya hua? Now, when I retranslate the 30,000 pounds at 103, the loan value is 30,000 into 103, 30 lakh 90,000. ठीक है 30 lakhs का हो जाएगा 30 lakh 90,000. So because of a change in the foreign exchange rate, the value of a liability increased, which means in Indian rupee terms the amount payable went up. So whenever there is a loss, the value of the liability goes up. Do you agree? Naturally, so when there is a gain, the value of a liability will go down. है ना? यहाँ पे क्या लिखा है? One of the subsidiaries prepares its statements in sterling. The exchange loss on translation of the loans of the subsidiary was 10 million. There was an exchange loss on translation. ठीक है? If there is an exchange loss, it will increase the value of the liability. Do you agree? So opening balance of loans denominated in dollar is 20. उसमें impact of forex loss 10 आप add करेंगे. Updated balance of loans is 30 million. Then closing balance of loans denominated in dollar is 60. That means how much new loan have you taken? You have taken a new loan of 30. So if there is a forex gain or loss on an asset or a liability, तो उसको कैसे treat करना है? This question is a good reminder of that. ठीक है? अब do these adjustments come rarely, but आया तो we are equipped to handle that. देखो इसको एक बार. If you have any questions, tell me.
Then, sir.
Okay. If cash balances are partly denominated in foreign currency, the effect of exchange rate movements must be reported in the statement of cash flows in order to reconcile the cash balances at the beginning and the end. According to IAS 7, this reconciling item is presented separately from cash flows from operating, investing, and financing activity. So foreign subsidiary ka cash balance when you transit and there is a forex gain or loss, to show it as a separate line item. Don't show it under any of the three. Operating, investing, financing में मत दिखाओ, show it as a separate line item altogether. ठीक है? अब this is the long and short of foreign subsidiary and consolidated cash flow. ठीक है? अपना consolidation is complete in all its aspects. सिर्फ दो adjustments बचे हैं. These are adjustments given in the study hub. तो study hub के adjustments है. We will do it when we come to those questions. ठीक है? अब it's 4 p.m. Let's take a 15-minute break. Come back at 4:15. I'll pick up two छोटू topics from current issues and then associated questions on that. ठीक है? चलो. Come back in 15. Hello, people. Hello, people. Welcome back.
So,
ACCA का stupid website is under maintenance or what?
I think so, sir.
आजकल इनको ज्यादा ही maintenance लग रहा है ना?
Yes, sir.
अभी लोग क्लास में लगे हुए तो तभी मेंटेनेंस में भेजा है.
Yeah, I wanted to show two topics from the website: impact of pandemic and impact of climate change. But अभी क्या करेंगे? वो बाद में दिखा देंगे. क्लास तो नहीं छोड़ेंगे. Everyone has resigned to their fates. देखो अभी मैं सिविलाइज लोगों के साथ रह रहा हूँ ना, तो अच्छे कप वप में कॉफी, इसमें पानी पीता हूँ. Tomorrow once I am home, back to my old ways.
राइट को
Oh, yeah, I didn't miss it, but I will go. नहीं अभी ठंड आ रही है ना, तो अभी ग्रीन टी अभी चलता है. See, it's not, I'm not addicted to it that way. It's just that I need that to have some energy. And green tea का टेस्ट इतना बुरा होता है कि तुम्हारी नींद उड़ जाती है उससे.
एनर्जी के लिए रेड बुल पिया करो.
No, no, no. It has too much sugar. I mean, when I was preparing for my CS, yeah, some ACCA paper, I was like, no, आज तो मैं पूरी रात पढ़ूंगा. तो मैंने रेड बुल लाए 2, कॉफी लाई, सब लाया कि आज रात भर पढ़ेंगे. और फिर रेड बुल पिया और फिर सो गया. तो आई कुडंट स्टडी. मुझसे नहीं होता. आई कांट स्टे अवेक एवर. सो आई डोंट नो. डू यू गाइस, आई मीन, आप लोग रात भर पढ़ पाते हो?
No, sir. I don't.
सर मैं रात को पढ़ लेता हूँ. लाइक आई एम नॉट अ मॉर्निंग पर्सन. आई कैन वेक अप.
ओके.
इट्स ऑपोजिट.
Most of my students, they are like, हाँ सर अभी रात को 12 बजे आउट. पूछा है सर तुम जाग रहे हो, मैं तो सोता हूँ. So their day starts at 12 and it ends at 7, सुबह 7 साढ़े 7 को. फिर वो सोने को जाते हैं. फिर वो 3 बजे उठते हैं.
It's not good, sir. Like if it keeps on happening on routine ना, it happens with me during PM. मैं अब वो रूटीन वैसा बन चुका था. मैं एग्जाम से लास्ट में मेरे को नींद ही नहीं है. मैं सोया ही नहीं पूरी रात. आई ट्राइड टू स्लीप बट वो पूरी रात ही मुझे नींद नहीं आई. 1 घंटे अराउंड नींद आई. एंड व्हाट हैपेंड ड्यूरिंग एग्जाम, मुझे इतना गंदा हेडेक हो रहा था पूरे. लाइक आई थिंक 1 आवर तो ठीक था. रेस्ट ऑफ 2 आवर्स मुझे पता है मैंने एग्जाम कैसे दिया है. वो बहुत ही.
ओ मतलब, is it because you're worried? टेंशन के
नो
वजह
नो
से
वो रात को नहीं सोया बिकॉज ऑफ दैट.
ओह.
हाँ वो
Sleep cycle.
आंखों में स्ट्रेन इतना पड़ रहा था.
Okay, because I have never been able to pull an all-nighter. काम के लिए एक आध बार चलो I can do it, but for studies I can't. I mean, never. ACCA के
maximum
लिए,
2.
हाँ, see that if friends come over now for sleepover or something, I can't stay awake then also. Because I'm like, you have nothing to do on a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning. I have to teach, na. So you keep on doing whatever time pass you have to do. I will maximum 1:30. I'm off.
सर मैं तो 9 बजे ही सो जाती हूँ.
That's very good. I used to do that when I was a child. Cool. Now, there are some topics in your SBR syllabus which are basically based on current issues. अब ये current issues मतलब the issues that have currently impacted the world around us. What do I mean by that? So topics like climate change, topics like sustainability, topics like integrated reporting, the impact of global pandemic. Then there is a natural disaster that takes place. How do you tackle that? All of that is basically a part of our ecosystem right now. The world that we live in unfortunately is riddled with all of these issues, and unfortunately that has an impact on financial reporting. Okay, so ACCA has included that in your study hub in a separate chapter. Chapter 22 करके है issues in financial reporting. I would have shown it to you right now, but अभी अपना ACCA portal is under maintenance. ठीक है, so I will not take you there, but there are a couple of technical articles on that. ठीक है, तो मैं वो technical article आपको दिखाता हूँ. The content of the technical article and the content of these accounting standards is, matlab, that chapter 22 is pretty much the same, but more important than the technical article, more important than what is given in the study hub, there are a couple of questions in the exam kit that focus solely on this. अब questions कैसे आते हैं? Let's apply common sense. Umaira, you stay in Ratnagiri, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So tell me, what is the main crop in that particular area? Mangoes?
Mangoes.
Cashew
Hapus.
nuts? Right?
Yes.
Rice? Is rice farming also done or no? Now let's take mangoes as, the prime crop of the area where she stays in. We are all witnessing climate change right now as we speak. क्या हो रहा है climate change से? The cycle of seasons is shifting. Now the plants are not attuned to that. So because of climate change, sudden rise in temperatures, fall in temperatures at the wrong time, rainfall at the wrong time. So there is a right time when the rains should occur. If the rains occur at an improper time, तो क्या होगा? The basic crop will get destroyed. So you have, the new mango blossom that comes, in February, March, वो period में आता है, and then you get fresh mangoes after that. अगर February में बारिश आ गया, तो all the fresh blossom gets washed away. And think about it, किस किस चीज को impact करेगा? Say suppose Umaira has a farm in which there are 1,000 mango trees. ठीक है, those 1,000 mango trees are her biological asset. What mangoes she collects from them, that is her inventory, right? वो उसको बेचेगी, right? So that is her inventory. Now, and that inventory when she sells, she will get revenue. Now let's also assume that she has a mango jam processing plant at the same location. Because climate change is occurring, because the temperatures overall are rising, there is a possibility that the machines start rusting because of the presence of moisture in the environment. If the proportion of humidity increases in the environment, the rusting will happen quickly. If assets get rusted, agar wo machinery rust ho jayega, so its productive efficiency will go down, the asset will get impaired, right? Now, on the other hand, her crop from those 1,000 trees, she expected, how many? She expected 50,000 mangoes, for example. And because of this climate change, wrong time pe barish ho gaya, so because of that, the crop has been destroyed. So her revenue projections have taken a hit. Her inventory the quality of inventory is lower because, jo kadak dhoop mein mangoes come out, these are, they did not get the right kind of sunlight at the right time, which is why now the quality of output is lower. So inventory is affected, assets can get impaired, revenue has been impacted. Now imagine karo, okay, because of this climate change, this year we heard all of those news, right? Ki suddenly there was a flooding somewhere, there was something else somewhere. Now imagine that she has sold crates of mangoes to customers, and because of climate change, suddenly the water level went up and there was a flood. So her customers, they lost their shops, they lost their premises, and there was a lot of destruction. So her customers won't be able to pay her on time, or they won't be able to pay her at all. Don't you think that she has recorded debtors worth 10 crore? अब वो पे ही नहीं कर पाएंगे, there will be impairment of financial assets also. There will be impairment of physical property, plant and equipment. There will be, there were, because of this climate change, sudden rainfall happened, lightning and all of that happened, and a couple of trees fell down, और कोई worker पे गिर गया. ऐसा नहीं होगा, I am just saying, किसी worker पे गिर गया. अब worker will file a case against you? Not Let's just imagine. Okay. Now you have to pay compensation, IAS 37, provisions, contingent liabilities, contingent assets. So these are very practical situations. Think about a situation like a pandemic. What happened in the pandemic, first of all? लॉकडाउन. अब ये करण का रेस्टोरेंट है इन हांगकांग, अच्छा चल रहा है, लॉकडाउन आ गया, सबसे पहले क्या होगा? रेवेन्यू विल बी हिट, राइट? See, when that first lockdown was announced, we did not know what is going to happen in the future. So Karan also doesn't know what will happen in the future. So he believes that the income generating capacity of his property, plant and equipment has gone down. He might feel the need to impair his assets. Okay. There were customers of his in his hotel who had come, who had stayed there for a few days and who were supposed to pay. Now, because of the lockdown, everybody is in financial distress. His customers might not pay him. So impairment of financial asset bhi hoga, irrecoverability, bad debts, all of these issues will come up. Right. Now, there were people in his premises. He was operating with minimum staff. But still, before the lockdown was announced, somebody from his premises got COVID. He passed it on to a customer and the customer was able to prove कि करण के होटल में हमने खाया और हमें COVID हो गया. Right. So naturally, now that person is claiming compensation from Karan. So Karan has to pay him whatever 5 lakh rupees ka compensation. Provisions, contingent liability, IAS 37 gets invoked, IAS 2 inventory gets invoked, then impairment gets invoked, right? So, and now depending on the situation, what if we tell you that construction of a new floor was happening? Okay. Karan was doing construction of a new floor in his hotel. He had taken a loan for that. He had started capitalization of borrowing cost. 4 months ke liye during lockdown, the construction of the new floor was suspended. Do you agree that there will be suspension of capitalization? IAS 23. So in a given situation, a lot can occur. So here, see, there is some directive on the ACCA ka apna study hub. So we'll go through that and we'll do 2 questions on that. So wo questions basically cover everything, but that should not stop you from thinking practically and answering the question. Whenever you get a question on current issues, up starting se leke end tak think about what all accounting standards are getting impacted. Say you are talking about a travel and tourism company. Okay, Airbnb. They have rented out so many, whatever you call it, hostels, whatever in different parts of the country. Ab COVID-induced lockdown aa gaya. So those properties are now generating zero revenue. Impairment ho jayega. Market value of the properties will fall down significantly. A couple of accounting standards are more in focus as compared to the others. So which are these accounting standards? Ek impairment ka aap check karna. Always एक financial instruments check करना, are your customers going to pay on time कि वो भी सब कंगाल हो गए. Check whether they are going to pay. IAS 37 check करो, IAS 36 check करो. Then IFRS 9 financial instruments वो check करो एक बार कि is there a possibility that some of your customers have become bankrupt, so they won't be able to pay. Impairment of financial asset हो सकता है. In some cases, so IAS 36 आया मतलब IAS 16 को भी it's related to IAS 16, right? If you have inventory का fair value might fall down because the demand gets affected. So NRV will go down. वो एक standard आपको check करना है. So ये 5-6 standards you should always check. See, you don't have to check IFRS 5 non-current assets held for sale here. वो एकदम distant वाला accounting standard हो गया. So in these questions, you will require the application of many accounting standards. What if there is a situation in IFRS 15, if you remember, when we were talking about step 1, identify the contract. There was a specific point. If it is not probable that the amount will be collected, then don't record the revenue. है ना? So let's assume that Gautam is staying in Bangalore. Do you stay near Alsur Lake, Gautam?
No, sir.
You don't. Okay. So, but इनके बैंगलोर में फ्लडिंग बहुत होता है आजकल. So, there was a new machine that I dispatched to Gautam. ठीक है. अब that machine was priced at whatever 5 crore का machinery था मेरे लिए. It was going to be sales revenue. Everything was complete. Transfer of control had happened. He installed the machinery in his place. दूसरे दिन there were torrential rains. There was a natural disaster. Flooding हो गया. His entire area gets flooded. That machine gets drowned. His pura business gets drowned. Now he won't be able to pay me. There is a natural disaster. It is not probable that amount will be collected. तो क्या होगा? Again, I cannot record revenue. So whenever पैंडेमिक वाला सिचुएशन है, क्लाइमेट चेंज वाला सिचुएशन है, देन नेचुरल डिजास्टर वाला सिचुएशन है, whenever these situations come together in your question, make sure that you know make sure that you have given it adequate consideration, and जो भी different accounting standards are possible, include all of them. ठीक है, we'll be doing 2 questions to begin with, and if possible a third one also, which will help us to understand कि क्या क्या अप्लाई करना है. ठीक है, I'm sending this question on the group. I'll
Is
give
it
you
like ethics question
no,
or
this
is
is
the
not
mix of all?
हाँ, in that sense yes, but it's way more common sense based as compared to other situations. ठीक है,
Oh, okay.
I have sent you the question. I'll give you 5 minutes to read it. You read it carefully, then we'll do it together. ठीक है, start करो. देख लिया?
Yes, sir.
Chalo. Let's see what the question is all about. Many preparers of financial statements, feel that there is sufficient disclosure of climate related matters in the management commentary, and therefore there is no need to disclose any further information in the actual financial statements, especially if there is no impact on those financial statements. Even though there is an acceptance that investors feel such information is important, some preparers think that the materiality decision does not extend to climate change, as there is no IFRS standard dealing with it. Discuss the validity of the above views expressed by preparers of financial statements regarding materiality. Discuss the potential effect of climate-related matters on the financial statements of Juan Company for the year ended 31st of December 2007 in applying the following IFRS standards: IAS 16 PPE and IAS 38 intangible assets, IAS 36 impairment of assets, IAS 37 provisions, contingent liabilities and contingent assets. Part A बाद में देखेंगे. Let's look at part B. ठीक है. Juan Company has several coal-fired power plants and is currently facing challenges dealing with the impact of climate change. Juan Company has not considered the effect of climate change when preparing the current financial statements. There has been a decline in the demand for the energy from Juan Company's coal-fired plants because of the volume of greenhouse gases emitted by the plants. Greenhouse gases means CO2 and all of these gases. That volume of those gases emitted is increasing. So that has led to a decline in the demand for energy from Juan Company's coal-fired power plants. Decline in demand है because आपका जो woke जनता है, that woke जनता says कि we don't want electricity from those power plants which are causing damage to the environment. So the demand is declining. The company is committed to meeting the expanding climate change regulations of its jurisdiction relating to emissions. If a company does not meet the jurisdiction's climate-related targets, then fines are imposed by the government for this failure. Juan Company is also considering a restructure to achieve eco-design of its products and services and to improve the energy efficiency of its existing buildings. As a result, Juan Company has had to change and adapt its business activities and operations, including increased expenditure on research and development. The company has revised its assumptions about future profitability and cash flows based upon it cutting its emissions. If it does not cut emissions, it will risk losing many customers. Juan Company's supply chains are becoming more complex and globally spread, with many points of possible failure. Juan Company has subsidiaries in regions of the world which are subject to weather extremes and anticipates some physical harm to its property, plant and equipment because of this. There is likelihood that some of the power plants will require decommissioning sooner than expected, which will mean restoring the land damage. Some restoration work may not be possible at the level required by regulatory changes. Corporate risk is increasing due to environmental damage caused by climate change. Investors are worried about their share value in Juan Company because of an anticipated increase in carbon taxes and the significant cost that the company will have to incur if it is to meet its commitments. In the financial statements for the year ended 31st of December 2007, Juan Company has carried out impairment tests and has not recognized an impairment loss. ठीक है. अब you have to answer with respect to potential effect of climate related matters on IAS 16, 38, 36 and 37. ठीक है. अब ये paragraph देखो and tell me where all do you see IAS 16 property, plant and equipment taking center stage? Where do you see something relating to provisions? Where do you see something relating to intangible assets? ठीक है. Have a look. Yes. Someone raised a hand now?
Yes, I thought that you were asking about the answer.
I am asking about the answer.
Okay. So it clearly states that the company, due to its emission, is not meeting the the volume, the energy that has to be created to fulfill the requirements, it is not meeting due to the kind of emissions that it is being emitted, and due to which there is a low, like the customers are not demanding its product, so there might be an impairment of this property, plant and equipment, these plants.
Okay. Others. Now look, let's go para by para. There has been a decline in demand for energy from Joan Company's coal-fired plants because of the volume of greenhouse gases emitted. Now, it is very clear that because they are coal-fired power plants, they are not using renewable sources of energy like solar and wind. So naturally, there is coal that is burnt, and in that process, CO2 and all of these gases are released. Because the proportion of the gases released by the company, by the power plants is increasing, the demand for power from those power plants is going down. ये first thing हो गया. Second thing, so if there is a decline in demand, that means the future income generating potential of the CGU of the plant as a whole is going down, and it is an indicator of impairment. Okay. Then company is committed to meeting the expanding climate change regulation relating to its jurisdiction. If the company does not meet the jurisdiction's climate related targets, then fines are imposed by the government for this failure. When I'm talking about changes that are taking place in the environment, what they are saying is that if you do not meet the climate related targets, we will impose fines on you. So there is a possibility that fines will be imposed, and you might have to evaluate that from a contingent liability perspective. The company will know at any given point of time उसने कितना violate किया है government के laws and regulations को. So because it knows that, it will be in a position to decide whether the liability for whether the obligation to pay fines, is it a probable obligation, is it a possible obligation, or is it a remote obligation. Based on that, you will have to decide whether a contingent liability has to be disclosed or whether a provision has to be created. Okay. Then Juan Company is also considering a restructure to achieve eco design of its products and services and to improve the energy efficiency of its existing buildings. See, when I'm talking about restructure here, the restructuring here is not IAS 37 का corporate restructuring. This is just building का कुछ या product का कुछ structure change कर रहे हो आप. ठीक है, if you are changing the structure of the building, then there is IAS 16 property, plant and equipment. If that is going to bring in long-term benefits, उसको आपको capitalize करना पड़ेगा, right? Then, as a result, Juan Company had to change and adapt its business activities and operations, including increased expenditure on research and development. Okay. The company has revised its assumptions about future profitability and cash flows based upon it cutting its emissions. If it does not cut emissions, it will risk losing the customers. See, if there is R&D spending, research and development, you will have to understand whether the research amount has to be expensed off to P&L, or development costs, if they meet the capitalization criteria, they will have to be capitalized. You should know what are the capitalization criteria here. Okay. So you have IAS 38 ka implication. Company will risk losing its customers. Indicator of impairment, right? Losing customers in the future. Then Juan Company supply chains are becoming more complex and globally spread with many points of possible failure. It has subsidiaries in regions of the world which are subject to weather extremes and anticipates some physical harm to its property, plant and equipment because of this. Physical harm to property, plant and equipment, indicator of impairment, IAS 36 aa jayega. Property, plant and equipment might have to get derecognized if it is completely destroyed. IAS 16 will come into picture. Right? There is likelihood that some of the power plants will require decommissioning sooner than expected. Decommissioning cost will have to, earlier you thought ki the decommissioning will happen after 5 years. Now you feel that decommissioning will happen after 4 years maybe. So decommissioning ka present value of that amount will change. IAS 37 will come into play. Right? Restoration work may not be possible at the level required by regulatory changes. So you will have to make a provision for, any fine that might have to be paid. Corporate risk is increasing due to environmental damage caused by climate change. Investors are worried about their share value in Juan company because of an anticipated increase in carbon taxes and the significant costs which the company will have to incur if it is to meet the commitments. Right now, see, these are future costs for which there is no past obligating event. तो आपको बताना पड़ेगा कि no provision is required for this. And the company has not carried out any impairment test and has not recognized any impairment loss. So what we did was we read each line item and we tried to fit in with respect to the 4 accounting standards that they have given. See, had they not given IAS 36, IAS 16, IAS 37 and these, then what we would have done is we would have simply said ki, then we would have thought about the standards by ourselves. But यहाँ पे दिया है कि ये 4 standards के हिसाब से you have to comment. Now tell me, we did not require any in-depth knowledge of any accounting standard here. है ना? But saying that there will be physical damage to assets means IAS 36 gets triggered. Saying that there will be supply chain disruption or company will risk losing customers, all of these were thought of from an impairment perspective, right? Then fine pay karna padega, all of these are
Provisions.
again provisions. So your answer had to be framed with respect to facts of the case. Again, these are not questions which require very strong technical knowledge. Very strong technical knowledge will be required in 2 parts. Question 1, consolidation, and one question in section B is usually trickier because it contains in-depth knowledge of accounting. Not itna bhi in-depth, but still better than this. So वहां पे you will have to be prepared कि यार I have to work on my accounting standards really well. But all those headache inducing standards, revenue नहीं है, leases नहीं है, employee benefits नहीं है, share based payments नहीं है, financial instruments hardly है, कुछ भी नहीं पूछा है यहाँ पे. So this question relies on your ability to draw the right conclusions from the data given to you. Did you understand how we discussed impact with respect to individual standards here?
Yes, sir.
ठीक है. अब इसका आंसर भी थोड़ा जेनेरिक स्टाइल से ही फ्रेम होगा. ठीक है. Now see implications for IAS 36. As people who write Indian exams, we are often used to the habit of first of all writing 2 lines about what is impairment and then going deeper. मैंने लिख के उसको काटा है. क्यों? Because I don't want you to waste time. They have not asked for this. Do what has been asked. They have asked now implications for IAS 36. Write about implications for IAS 36. पहले what is impairment? Then why is this impaired? पूछा क्या? नहीं ना. खत्म. जितना पूछा है उतना ही आपको लिखना है. ठीक है. एक बार read this. We have discussed all of these points just now. It's just I have put it across. I'll increase the size.
Done, sir.
ठीक है, स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड है, हाँ? कुछ ऐसा आड़ा टेढ़ा नहीं है, वेरी स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड. रीड IAS 37.
Sir, we are just writing down whatever is given in question.
No.
Just like bifurcating where.
Yeah. ठीक है, you just need to read IAS 16 and IAS 38, वो भी दिखाता हूँ. So which is exactly, what these type of questions are. Read facts of the case and apply it just like that, nothing else. ठीक है, एक बार 16 and 38 देख लो.
Done, sir.
Okay.
So just a moment.
पढ़ो, हाँ बोलो.
No, last paragraph, sir.
पढ़ लो, no problem.
Done, sir.
Okay. So these are the implications. इतना ही लिखो and you will get, कितना marks मिलेगा आपको? 6 plus 6 plus 6, 18 marks you will get out of this. We haven't covered management commentary yet. The first part talks about validity of the views expressed by preparers of financial statements regarding materiality. Now, materiality is, excuse me, materiality is not just value based, materiality is numbers based also. Can you tell me what does the word material mean to you?
Significant, relevant.
Okay.
Sir, where it has a significant relevant, which makes like the decision of the shareholders change, or like
Something with some information which can influence the decision.
Okay. Now, an item is material if its non-disclosure affects the decision making of the users of financial statements. ठीक है. अब if you, what they are saying is ki, there is no separate standard associated with with respect to climate change, so there are no materiality related guidance points here. So don't make that disclosure. Now let it be. You are already disclosing that within the management commentary. Don't disclose it separately in the financial statements as such. So that is the bone of contention. Should you make a separate disclosure, or एक बार management commentary में लिख दिया, so your job is done. See, now, investors these days are specifically asking for climate related disclosures. So, when the information is material, it will have to be disclosed. Materiality again is not just materiality by amount, but it could be materiality by nature also. है ना? अब there might not be a separate accounting standard dedicated for climate change, but non-disclosure of certain climate change related activities could have an impact on the, it could have an impact on how the stakeholders and the shareholders are viewing the company. Maybe there is a major there is a possibility of a fine being imposed on you for non-compliance with certain environmental rules and regulations. Now that amount from a from an accounting perspective might not be material. Aapka materiality level is 1 crore, this is only 15 lakhs. But the fact that there has been a climate related non-compliance or an environmental law related non-compliance, might the shareholders might be interested in knowing instances of such non-compliance. So again, it is incumbent on the preparers of financial statements to make this disclosure. Iska answer up without looking at, they have specifically told you don't refer to the exhibit. So they want you to answer the question without looking at the exhibit. Answer is relatively generic. आपको इसको materiality and थोड़ा generic तरीके से ही इसका आंसर लिखना है. Now, like, you have a whole discussion on, say, something like स्टॉक अप्रिसिएशन राइट्स. उस पे एक पूरा मेथड है, स्टेप वाइज डिस्कशन है, कैलकुलेशन है. इस पे यू विल नॉट फाइंड समथिंग लाइक दिस एनीवेयर in your study text, which is why I'm specifically trying to take up these questions in the class so that I can make you read some of these answers. अगर पीछे 20 lines का या 40 lines का आंसर दिया है, please be assured that they don't expect you to write that in the exam. ठीक है, I'll make you read it right now. It is answer given at the back of your exam kit. Now there also they have told that this answer is quite different in different books. Okay, your answer will look different. Just make sure that you are getting valid points. That would and यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा आपका creativity can be put to use. ठीक है, so the answer at the back can be a little daunting. I have summarized that in the best way possible. एक बार देखो उसको. ठीक है? Now think about it. This is our 25th class. So many classes spent doing so many technical topics, and this is what comes for 25 marks. If this isn't heartbreak, I don't know what is. इतना effort डाला और ये आया. But the thing is, these questions can be answered without too much pressure, because थोड़ा सा creativity का element आप यहाँ पे डाल सकते हो. This is where the SBR paper differs from a typical accounting paper. Because this is what you will encounter in real life, right? In real life, there will be a pandemic, there will be a natural disaster, there will be a climate change. ये सब कुछ होगा. And these type of questions basically equip you for that. The next question बहुत छोटा सा question है. Again, it's a typical 25 marker from the exam kit. ठीक है? चलो. It's on the group impact of pandemic. 5 minute लो. देख लिया? Should we discuss? You need a little more time?
So 1 minute.
No problem. Take your time.
Done, sir.
ठीक है, चलो। Now, with regards to Wing Company's financial statements for the year ended 31st of December 2008, discuss the impact of the pandemic and subsequent events will have on the assessment regarding Wing Company's ability to continue as a going concern, accounting for onerous contracts and fair value measurement of investment property. Discuss the nature of information that investors of Wing Company will expect to be disclosed in the financial statements as a result of the pandemic. Candidates should include, amongst other things, such factors as disclosure of uncertainties, events after the reporting period, government measures, and covenants. Wing Company manufactures textile products and is currently assessing the impact of a global pandemic on its operations. The financial year end of the company is 31 December 2008. The following exhibit available below provides information relevant to the question. Impact of pandemic describes the impact of the pandemic on certain aspects of Wing Company's business. There are several measures taken by the government and banks in the jurisdiction which Wing Company operates in to provide relief for companies which have been negatively affected by the pandemic. The Business Reduction Loan Scheme provides lenders with a government guarantee of 90% on each loan to give lenders confidence in continuing to provide finance to companies. The National Bank is also buying short-term debt from companies. Wing Company has a history of profitable operations and relies on external financing resources. Wing Company has taken advantage of the government support measures. However, its operations have been temporarily suspended before and after the reporting date of 31st of December 2008. The impact of the pandemic has created circumstances which change rapidly. The pandemic has significantly affected the global supply chain. Wing Company has several contracts to sell goods at a fixed price. The government requires a shutdown of Wing Company's manufacturing facilities, meaning that Wing Company cannot deliver the goods itself without first buying them from a third party at a significantly higher cost. Normally, if Wing Company terminates the contracts, it incurs a penalty. Exceptionally, some contracts can be cancelled without paying compensation. Very few contracts can be cancelled without compensation. Most other contracts will end up, bringing in some sort of a penalty. So they look like onerous contracts. Wing Company has several investment properties which it measures at fair value in accordance with IFRS 13 fair value measurement. Now, the pandemic has significantly affected the market price of these properties. The directors of Wing Company are of the opinion that the market is undervaluing its properties and have therefore decided to disregard market prices at 31st of December 2008. The directors claim that some of the market transactions are not representative as they are based on transactions which are forced due to cash flow problems of vendors. The directors have indicated that they would not sell their properties in the current market. There has been a significant decrease in the volume of transactions in the property market. However, several properties similar to those held by Wing Company have been sold in December 2008. ये investment property related है. भले ही it appears like it is investment property, if you carefully observe, this part of the narrative speaks about fair value. है ना? This is, oh, the screen is not shared. No one told me. आप कहाँ पढ़ रहे थे फिर?
So full
अब बोल देना था. I'm reading as if everybody is focused on the screen. मैं खुद पढ़ रहा हूँ वहीं से. So if see this part, it appears as if it is on investment property, but it has got nothing to do with IAS 40, everything to do with IFRS 13, right? Up, you have to speak about ability of the company to continue as a going concern. What points, in your opinion, should we include here? What points should we include in investment property? Chalo, tell me what part are you most comfortable with? वहां से शुरू करते हैं.
So first, that the government has required to shut down the Wings manufacturing facility, so it will not be able to produce goods in the coming year.
Okay, You think that has led to a going concern crisis? Fair enough.
Yes, and also they have procured the raw material at a very significant higher cost. So they will, like, the profit percentage will be very less, and they will not be able to require, or they will not be able to recover the kind of investment that they have made.
Fair enough. What else? What else is basically leading to going concern crisis? बताइए.
Temporary suspension on or before reporting period.
Okay. Okay. What else?
Asset value have come down.
Asset values have gone down. Okay.
Sir, there are a lot of contracts which it has to honor, otherwise it has to pay some compensation. If the cash balance goes negative, then there will be a problem.
Okay. So that is, if that happens and you have to pay compensation in an already difficult time where cash flows and all of these are affected, naturally it will put a strain on the business and the business might shut down. है ना? Operations have been temporarily suspended before and after the reporting date. It has created these circumstances. A second thing that they are talking about is onerous contract. Tell me, what is an onerous contract? Yes, Shubh.
So also there is one more point. The National Bank is also buying the short-term debts provided to the company. So, matlab, the economy is in trouble, so the National Bank is buying, like, uh, tracing back the money or getting the money to मतलब अपने पास पैसा खींच रही है गवर्नमेंट, तो लोन्स तो नहीं दे पा रही है अभी, तो लोन क्राइसिस भी है कि वो लोग का लिक्विडिटी प्रॉब्लम्स भी होंगे.
Is it specifically related to this company? It is
Yes,
doing
sir.
it for others, but is it doing it for this company? कुछ लिखा है ऐसा?
नहीं सर, बिकॉज मतलब वहां पे फर्स्ट लाइन में लिखा है कि इट ऑपरेट्स इन द वेरी एनवायरनमेंट इन विच द विंग कंपनी ऑपरेट्स. तो मतलब इट इज अ टेक्सटाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर, तो यूजुअली इन्वेस्टमेंट बड़ा होता है, तो दे रिक्वायर लिक्विडिटी टू मतलब चलाने के लिए वैसे.
Okay, that's a little far-fetched, but ठीक है, you can write that. Now tell me, what is an onerous contract? Who can tell me what is an onerous contract?
The cost of fulfilling the contract is more than paying the penalty, so we have to do the comparative analysis.
The cost of completing the contract is more than the benefits that are expected from the contract, right? Do you see that happening here? See, right now, because of the global supply chain getting affected, it has several contracts which it has to fulfill at a fixed price. That means it cannot increase the contract value, it cannot increase the selling price. The government has required shutdown of manufacturing facilities, which means it cannot make the goods. It will have to first of all buy them from a third party at a significantly higher cost. This itself says that the cost of fulfilling the contract is significantly higher than the revenue associated with it. Correct. So that makes the contract onerous. Plus, if you drop the contract midway, then you will incur a penalty. तो ये onerous contract का हो गया. ठीक है. Third part of the question is about fair value measurement of investment property. Do you think the claims made by the directors of the company are right?
No, sir.
What is wrong?
Yes and no, actually.
Okay, can you elaborate?
See, because of the current situation, the value have come down. If they
Hmm.
wait, maybe the asset value may go up. But considering the current situation, they don't have much liquidity or a cash flow issue. So if they need cash, they are forced to sell also. So both the ways, that's the reason I said yes and no.
Okay. Others, what do you think? See, they are saying that the market is undervaluing the properties and therefore they have decided to disregard the market prices. The directors claim that some of the market transactions are not representative as they are based on transactions which are forced due to cash flow problems of investors. This is okay. The directors have indicated that they would not sell their properties, and there has been a significant decline in the volume of transactions in the property market. However, several similar properties like the ones owned by Wing Company have been sold. Now, you don't want to sell the property. See, fair value measurement does not say that you have to sell the item. Fair value measurement says that if this item were to be sold in the market, what value would it fetch? That is fair value measurement, right? You are not selling is not their concern. But the whole point is, if anybody else were to sell that item in the market, how much money would he receive? And several properties, including those similar to Wing Company, have been sold, which means similar asset है level 2 input available है in the market. They are saying कि we will disregard the market values, but just because some of the vendors were forced to do it because of cash flow problems doesn't mean that all properties were sold because of cash flow problems, right? Which means the level 2 input prices of similar assets in an active market are available na? Identical asset नहीं होगा but similar asset का value तो है, which means level 2 input is available, which means that fair value measurement has to be relied upon, has to be used in your discussions and calculations. Do we see that happening? The directors are saying no, we'll not pay any importance to that, which is incorrect. You are not selling is not a good enough excuse to not take the properties at the fair value. ठीक है? देखो impact of going concern. First, we write down what is going concern assumption here. Then, specifically, we are mentioning the fact that going concern, along with consistency and accrual, is one of the fundamental assumptions of accounting. Okay? And it is the responsible up in the future. Avoid this. Don't say as per IAS1 because IAS1 now is going to get defunct. है ना? Don't say as per IAS1. Just say it is the responsibility of the management to make an assessment of going concern and also whether it is appropriate to use the going concern assumption while preparing the financial statements. If the agar management ko lagta hai ki there is a significant doubt on the ability of the company to continue as a going concern, then the same should be disclosed. Okay. Now read the impact of going concern.
So can you please scroll?
Little bit up.
Sir, can you please scroll?
Of course. ठीक है.
Done, sir.
Done. Okay. चलो. अभी क्या करना है? अभी एक part of the question is still left, which is discuss the nature of information that Wing company will expect to be disclosed in financial statements as a result of the pandemic. Candidates should include, amongst other things, such factors as disclosure of uncertainties, events after the reporting period, government measures, and covenants. You tell me what information, take 2 minutes and think about what information will have to be provided or what information do the stakeholders expect in the financial statements. Okay, take 2 minutes, think about what all can be included. इसका कोई one size fits all answer नहीं है, but I want to hear your creativity. Think about it. I will be back in a minute and then we'll discuss it together. ठीक है, इसके बाद छोड़ दूंगा, don't worry. मानव को देखो खुश हो गया एकदम. Chalo, tell me your perspective. What kind of information should be presented in the disclosure? Each person will tell one point. Okay? Let's start with you, Gautam.
So, sir, I had a query. This covenants they're talking about, is that about bank loan?
Government, so they are specifically mentioning government covenants, right? Government measures and covenants with respect to the refinancing and all of those points. It could be bank covenants also. Yeah. Tell me.
So, sir, because of the government shutdown, we'll have to buy that goods at a higher prices, which might lead to a cash shortage or like unfulfillment of contracts because of onerous contract if the benefits are not there. And then
Okay.
there will be certain cash shortages. That disclosure might have to be given, saying that there might be a going concern issue also.
Okay. Fair enough. Yashika.
So the impact of temporary suspension of operation and the manufacturing unit closure.
What kind of disclosure? Go ahead, maybe you're on the right track.
Sir, all the losses and the period of impact and how it will be impacting shareholders and others, stakeholders.
Okay. Fair enough. Manav.
So if I stick to the context of this question, I think how they have measured the fair value of the investment properties and if the provision has been created in a correct manner to honor this contract, like and that lower of penalties and costs really incurred while making the contract.
Do you think investors will also require a disclosure of how the pandemic has affected the company in other ways also?
Of course.
Right. So that
Yeah.
will be included. Then with respect to the uncertainties, they're specifically talking about uncertainty, right? So uncertainty kahan pe aa sakta hai? Not necessarily with respect to this part, but uncertainty can occur in revenue recognition. For example, if there is a variable consideration to multiple ability to complete the project as per those timelines, and all of those issues can crop up. So that is one aspect, where uncertainty can come in. Then the company might have made projections of future cash flows while calculating value in use. Wahan pe uncertainty aa jayega. So many aspects can be affected by the uncertainty element. Now, the insurance claims related uncertainty ho sakta hai, whether it will get compensated, it will not get compensated. Then loans, tax reliefs, rebates received from the government, their impacts will have to be carefully disclosed, right?
Bad debts also.
Bad debts as well. So there is no one size fits all answer. ऐसा इसका कोई perfect answer है ही नहीं. ठीक है. Here, can we do one thing? Can we have all of you write this 8-mark subpart in your own words? Take 2 days, but can you write it and send it to me? I'll go through it. Don't read the answer at the back. Don't read the answer at the back unless you have written the answer on your own. Utna ek bar, please do that much. ठीक है. Up tomorrow we'll have a session at 10:15 p.m. ठीक है. That 10:15 p.m. का session will be, I want you to come prepared with leases. Leases may be specifically sale and lease back. Etc.
Okay.
Come prepared with sale and lease back.
Morning.
Morning नहीं, शाम को. 10:15 p.m. might be very late for you. I'll be covering this
12:45.
हाँ नहीं तू मत आ, तो बाद में recording देख ले. ठीक है. I'll be covering a question called Benito Company from the exam kit. ठीक है, बेनिटो कंपनी में लगभग 9 मार्क्स का जो पार्ट है ना, दैट इज प्योर थियोरी विदाउट एप्लीकेशन, बट एक 8 to 10 मार्क्स का जो सब पार्ट है, इट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. They have asked impact of sale and leaseback on different ratios. So for that, even if you just read sale and leaseback, na, that will be enough. But वो please कल पढ़ के आना शाम को. We have a class. Yes, Umaira.
So on Friday we have a morning session or evening.
Morning.
So I won't be joining that one.
No problem. I'll be picking up easy questions only. I'll not pick up very tough questions. Don't worry.
So please recording upload करवा देना.
हाँ, रिकॉर्डिंग भी अपलोड करवा देंगे और आप चैनल पे देख लेना. चैनल पे व्यूज आ जाएंगे मेरे.
Okay, sir.
Sir, I had a doubt.
बोलो.
In SBR, like numerical, how much we will get, sir? Purely numericals.
30-35%.
बहुत है, sir. Thank you.
But see, the paper is an application theory based paper. ना, don't walk into the paper assuming कि numerical paper है. नहीं है. ठीक है. अभी see, we have enough time. We have literally all the time in the world. I have all the time in the world. You don't have all the time in the world. हाँ, वरना पढ़ाई नहीं करेंगे, टाइम पास करेंगे अभी. Please don't do that. I will see you tomorrow and let's take it from there. ठीक है. चलो. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you,
Bye,
sir.
sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Bye, sir. Thank you, sir.
Bye.